A reading from the Word of God, Hebrews 11. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For by it the elders obtained a good report. Through faith, we understand that the worlds were framed by the Word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. By faith, Abel offered unto God a more excellent sacrifice than Cain, by which he obtained witness that he was righteous, God testifying of his gifts, and by it he being dead yet speaketh. By faith Enoch was translated, that he should not see death, and was not found before God had translated him. For before his translation he had this testimony, that he pleased God. Verse 6, but without faith it is impossible to please him. For he that cometh to God must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation. Thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Brent Simonet, Desmond Bannister, Grenville Bell, Jeffrey Lloyd, Dr. Dwayne Sand, Marvin Dane, Frankie Campbell, Nicio de Aguila, Michael Pintard, Darren Henfield, Ramal Ferreira, Renisha Roll, Grenville Roll, Ellsworth Johnson, Philip Davis, Vaughn Miller, Letitia Parker Edson, Aaron Lewis, Carlton Bolag, James Albrecht, Travis Robinson, Adrian Gibson, Donald Saunders, Frederick McAlpine, Hank Johnson, Mark Hume, Michael Pope, Miriam Refi Manuel, Reese Shipman, Ruben Ramey, Ricky Massey, Shannon Owen Cartwright, Chanel Ferguson, Lennis Hannah Martin, Faisal Forbes, Chester Cooper.
Morning again, honorable members. Introduction and swearing in of new members. Laying of documents by ministers. Statements and communications by ministers. Communications by the clerk. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the Senate. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign seat, and new writs. Presentation of petitions. Presentations of reports of committees. Adoption of reports of committees. First reading of bills. Second reading and committal of bills. Committee of the whole House. Third reading and passing of bills. Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, this morning is the usual morning for me, in that in spite of time we left here, I was up at 4:30 this morning and on the road doing my usual exercise at 5 a.m. But what was even more usual for me, I called the Prime Minister of St. Lucia and explained to him the challenges that we had and what they faced. And we spoke, and from time to time would advise each other. I also would call the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, and again we would consult and collaborate, communicate with each other as to the way forward and how to deal with this pandemic. But what that demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, what the pandemic is doing is bringing nations together. It's bringing nations together, and prime ministers can speak regularly and consult each other and advise each other. And I would hope that that does the same thing here in the Bahamas. Bring leaders, government, and opposition together, recognizing that this pandemic is here, and we must fight that with one voice and as one body. But many people called for me this morning and prayed with me, prayed for me, and prayed for the nation. But, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the pandemic bringing nations and people together, I too want to demonstrate the camaraderie and the direction we as government is taking. And we have an emergency cabinet meeting at 6 o'clock this evening, where we have a presentation by the Ministry of Health. The technical people will give us a briefing, an update as to where we are and their advice moving forward. And I am extending an invitation here today to the leader of the opposition and the deputy leader to attend that meeting so that they too can hear for themselves exactly what is happening in our nation. But they would hear that. But they would hear that from the technical people. So this is beyond politics, Mr. Speaker. What's that? Mr. Speaker, today we debate a resolution that A, approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. B, affirms the continuance and effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic regulations 2020 made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. C, affirms the continuance and effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic number 2 order 2020 made on the 21st day of July 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. And D, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic special provisions order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. And E, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic features number 2 order 2020 made on the 21st day of July 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. And F, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic Grand Bahama lockdown order 2020 made on the 21st day of July 2020 until the 7th day of September 2020. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused the worst emergency in our modern history. Not in recent times has our #1 industry been virtually shut down at the same time as a deadly, highly contagious virus spreads. This is, Mr. Speaker, this is truly an emergency. And anyone who suggests otherwise is delusional. The emergency has lasted months. It will last many more months until a vaccine is created. And Mr. Speaker, I feel personally convicted, my personal opinion and belief, that a vaccine will be produced very shortly. And therefore, we must hold the rein until that happens. We are extending the period of the emergency orders for a 2-month period so that we are able to act quickly and decisively when necessary. A new and better norm will not emerge until there is a vaccine. And while there appears to be promising developments for a vaccine, we do not know when such a vaccine will be available, nor the degree of its effectiveness or efficacy. But as I've said, Mr. Speaker, I have a conviction and a belief that that vaccine will be coming sooner than many of us may expect. Countries around the world are fighting the same battle. We are all trying to balance opening up with health and safety concerns. There must be some opening up to allow commercial activity. And this commercial activity is essential so that necessary goods and services are available. People need food to eat, medicine to stay healthy, gas for their vehicles. People also need work so that they can pay their bills and take care of their families. And our main industry is tourism. It fuels our economic engine across our archipelago. Being near completely without international tourism dramatically diminishes our way of life. And Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas is in the group of countries that performed well during the pandemic's first wave. We brought our numbers down to the lowest level. Countries such as ours then reopened. The reopening was always an exercise we needed to watch carefully. The pandemic was still going on. When flare-ups happen, we have to quickly reimpose restrictive measures to stop major community spread. The restrictions we reimpose are based on advice of health officials and depending on the situation in various parts of the country. It is our desire, Mr. Speaker, based on advice from the health team, to only impose reasonable, gradual restrictions to slow the virus spread. However, if the flare-up is large and the situation dire, we have to move with the most aggressive response, which is a lockdown. We are monitoring the current cases of COVID-19 extremely closely. We will make decisions based in the best interests of Bahamians and residents, based on the best information at any given moment of this pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we will have a briefing at our cabinet meeting at 6 p.m. this evening, a briefing by the health professional, and I would hope that the opposition accepts our invitation. The emergency orders provisions have to be extended because the pandemic is still going on. The country needs these measures to be able to act quickly and act decisively. Due to how widespread the virus is, we might have to make major decisions at any time during the day and or during the night, as we had to do this past weekend with Grand Bahama. For example, like I explained in the House yesterday, 2 nights ago, we took the immediate decision in consultation with health officials to quarantine passengers arriving from Grand Bahama because the health professionals were being overwhelmed. And we felt that we needed a more coordinated response so that in the event there's an outbreak, we would be able to do proper tracking, proper tracing, and deal with the matter appropriately, effectively, and decisively. And Mr. Speaker, again, for those Grand Bahamians who were inconvenient, I again extend my apology. But the nation will always come first. There was concern that high numbers of persons were leaving Grand Bahama, which had already been designated a hotspot prior to the announcement of the lockdown. The Department of Civil Aviation provided data in a report yesterday that clearly demonstrated an irregular number of flights. One airline, Mr. Speaker, had approximately doubled the number of flights that it normally does in a given day. Bahamas Air, which regularly runs the propeller prop, whatever that's called, the prop, ATR, ran 2 jets to accommodate the excess load. We had to mitigate the risk posed by this and close the airport even earlier than planned. Mr. Speaker, despite the opposition from some quarters, we also took the wise and necessary decision to close the beaches on New Providence and Grand Bahama over the Independence holiday. A July 8th, 2020 story on the website of a local television reported, and I quote, opposition leader Philip Brave Davis yesterday questioned the Prime Minister's rationale for closing some public beaches and parks over the Independence holiday weekend, just days after the country reopened its borders to international flights. It also went on, Davis was asked about the decision to close beaches and parks in New Providence and Grand Bahama during a press conference at PLP headquarters. The leader of the opposition was quoted as saying, it is right for him to be questioned on the rationale for closing the beaches this weekend. It does not seem to be based on any scientific or medical advice, because if it is opened now, why can't it be opened over the weekend? Went on to say, yes, you may have concerns about persons gathering. I would have thought the answer to that would be just to ensure that the beaches are policed efficiently and to ensure that the protocols established for stopping the spread would be adhered to. Social distancing on the beaches and only cluster families with a limited amount of families. That would have been the answer, in my view, end quote. That was from the leader of the opposition. I don't know if he ever went on the beach, Mr. Speaker, but it's very difficult to stay apart on the beach. And I'm sure at one point in time in his life, he, like me, were young. We're not now, but we at one point was young, and we can reminisce and go back into the past and understand what happens on the beach. I believe that his answer, Mr. Speaker, his view and his advice on beach closures over the Independence holiday was dead wrong, especially given that what we soon experienced in terms of the surge of cases. Our decision was based on scientific and medical advice. This danger is around us. Together with the government, our health professionals are identifying where the greatest risk lay, and we are seeking to take protective measures to mitigate that risk. I relied upon that advice, and yet again, our professionals have been proven correct. The leader of the opposition has pandered repeatedly during the COVID-19 pandemic. He has been wrong over and over again. It is amazing, Mr. Speaker, that he never seems to get tired of getting it wrong. Many Bahamians have told me that they are relieved that he's not prime minister during this time. And I once again repeat, he would have been a terrible disaster during this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I only want to say that when we opened the country, many of the hotels were doing quite well. RIU was running about a 30 to 35% occupancy, and they were trending for August around 50%. Four Seasons had already reached 40% occupancy, and they were trending in July weekends at 65%. And the Warwick is likewise doing well. They were running at 30% occupancy in July and were trending up to 40% for August. So our tourism product was coming back. But Mr. Speaker, as government, we have some very difficult decisions to make. Around the world, as airlines are parked, not flying, airlines are filing for bankruptcy. Bahamas Air is supported by the government, the people of Bahamas. Yet, its staff are fully paid, yet no work. I spoke to my colleagues this morning in Caribbean, and at some point in time, we would have to make a decision whether, I'm not saying we're doing that now, but at some point in time, we have to make a decision whether Bahamas Air staff who are sitting there, the aircrafts that are sitting there, should we pay them a percentage of their pay, let's say 70%, and defer the other 30 until things have changed. Barbados was successful in issuing what they call compulsory bonds and keeping everyone employed. I don't believe in laying off, keeping everyone employed, but reducing their salary by a high percentage, and that bond is paid back to them over 18-month, 1-year span by the central bank. But they are guaranteed their salary. And Mr. Speaker, at some point in time, we would have to make that decision. Whether we follow what is happening around the world in mass layoff, which causes serious problems. So I have issues with that. As opposed to reducing individual salary, deferring a proportion, a percentage of their salary, but they guaranteed it. It's deferred until our pandemic is resolved and our economy starts to grow. That's something we'd have to think about, Mr. Speaker, and it's a difficult decision. But I've always said the nation must always come first. Politicians would be afraid to make such decisions because of possible outcome. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, as politicians, we must make difficult decisions in the interest of the nation, or we all drown. But at least give us an opportunity, give the nation an opportunity, the future generation an opportunity to swim and become best swimmers of the world. The emergency orders, Mr. Speaker, allow us to make decisions to keep Bahamians and residents safe. There are those who are offering certain empty commentary about this or that aspect of the crisis. And Mr. Speaker, I am reminded by my colleagues that should we make such a decision in terms of deferring a percentage of individuals' salary, that they are all prepared to defer a portion of theirs also in the interest of the country. But Mr. Speaker, there are those who are offering certain empty commentary about this or that aspect of the crisis. This is not an abstract philosophical crisis. This is a life and death matter here and now. As your government, every day we discuss matters regarding the health and safety of Bahamians. And I take these discussions very seriously. I take the decisions we make very seriously. I do not have the luxury of engaging in certain abstract discussions disconnected from the reality on the ground. I must lead, and I will continue to lead in order to save lives. As we move through the various phases of this pandemic, Bahamians should be prepared to stop and start. This is a situation the whole world faces. In our Bahamas, we must work as a team during this marathon. Each of us can do something to help. And I keep reminding Bahamians to wear their masks. I keep reminding Bahamians to keep physically distant, to wash or sanitize your hands regularly. When you do not have to be out, stay home. Do not go to large gatherings. Doing these things as a community, Mr. Speaker, slows the spread of the virus long term. We must think long term because the virus will be around for some time until the vaccine is developed. When we have better periods, as we have during an earlier period, when there was little to no spread, Bahamians should not let their guards down. Keep practicing the public health advice. By practicing these measures, we may keep virus spread down into the future. Mr. Speaker, from a policy perspective, as a government, we keep analyzing measures work. We keep analyzing what measures work and what measures do not work. Our border policy was adjusted and restrictions imposed because certain aspects of that openness were not working. This is an extremely difficult period. Many thousands are out of work. We have had to pay out historic amounts in unemployment benefits to provide considerable support to self-employed persons and to feed tens of thousands of individuals. I know it is extremely difficult to remain physically distant. Humans are social creatures, and Bahamians, we are even more social creatures. We are accustomed to embracing. We are accustomed to shaking hands. That is our culture. And to ask us to change our culture overnight, I know, Mr. Speaker, is discipline. It's difficult. But in spite of that, we must remain disciplined. We do not have the healthcare and financial resources of the larger countries. Many can print money. We cannot. We must use the assets we have, including greater discipline and cooperation. This is still a test, Mr. Speaker, for us as a people. Bahamians and residents have heard the public health advice and guidance. For us to have a better outcome, for us to save lives and to prevent sickness, we must incorporate this guidance into our daily lives for however long this pandemic lasts. We are in this fight for the long haul. COVID-19 will not magically disappear in a day or a week. I need the Bahamian people to harden our resolve and to continue doing the things necessary to limit viral spread. While I know that some will not agree with various measures at various times, my government will continue to do the right thing for the country we all love. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that through week 6 of the National Food Distribution Program, which ended on July 12th, approximately 62,766 food parcels and 7,150 vouchers were distributed throughout the country. This represents nearly 70,000 total units of assistance and more than 11,600 weekly. The task force is very thankful for the support it is receiving from the Royal Bahamas Police Force. Many wholesalers are expanding the budget by offering the task force discounted wholesale prices on the food parcel items. Most especially, the task force is indebted to the many private individuals who are volunteering thousands of hours every week to prepare the food parcels and to assist with its distribution. Mr. Speaker, as we begin our 48th year of independence, we find ourselves at a very important juncture in our national development. 100 years ago, the global pandemic that became known as the Spanish flu killed millions of people around the world. It devastated national economies in much the same way as economies today are suffering under the onslaught of COVID-19. We were always aware that our economy that depends so heavily on travel and tourism would be immediately affected, and it was. But surprisingly, the latest economic data shows that more than 40 million people lost their jobs in the United States. Singapore's GDP shrank by 41.2% in the second quarter compared to the previous 3 months, more than most analysts expected. The Bank of England has predicted that the UK will experience the worst recession in 300 years. We have come to recognize that COVID-19 is no respecter of even such highly diversified economies as the United States of America, Singapore, or the United Kingdom. The work of the Economic Recovery Committee I appointed as we began to reopen our economy will bear some new and exciting fruits for our economy. My cabinet has already begun to review an early submission made by the committee, and we are expecting the committee's full and detailed submission during the month of September. But for right now, Mr. Speaker, I wish us to focus on our plans to strike the right balance in continuing to protect the health and welfare of our citizens and residents and reopening our economy to their benefit. Together, we have the opportunity to make the Bahamas a world oasis in these pandemic times. The single largest travel market that we enjoy comprises those people who would wish, and these are the things they would wish, Mr. Speaker, to travel on flights on which all of the passengers have been reliably tested as being negative for COVID. They would wish to travel on ground transportation on which all of the passengers and service providers have tested negative. They would wish to stay at places at which all of the fellow visitors and service providers have been similarly tested and certified. And they would wish to take tours that adheres to the same criteria. It is abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, that travel and tourism for the Bahamas cannot deliver on our tax collection and employment needs until and unless we create an environment that allow it to flourish to a much greater degree. Our lockdowns, our curfews, and other measures to minimize the impact of COVID-19 on the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is for the sake of our health and for the sake of making our Bahamas a country with a low level of COVID-19. We have already been praised by media around the world for our handling of the coronavirus thus far. If we can better maintain our global reputation for such management, we may be able to establish the Bahamas as an oasis in the midst of this global pandemic. But if we lack the discipline to limit the spread of COVID-19 because of our conduct as Bahamians and residents, we put our economy and our livelihoods at continued risk for a long period of time. Mr. Speaker, we demonstrated as Bahamians the lack of discipline in that as our borders were opened, it was mass migration to the hotspots. In spite of wanting to be migrated, mass migration both from New Providence, Grand Bahama, and to a limited extent from the islands. The case that we would have heard of Inagua, that was Inagua's residents who left Inagua, went to Florida, father and son, subsequently became infected, and en route back to Inagua, it was discovered that they were positive and was subsequently held here in New Providence and managed appropriately. So no, they did not return to Inagua with the virus. But what that demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, is that the entire Bahamas archipelago traveled to the various hotspots. And what our statistical analysis have demonstrated thus far, and everything is still being analyzed, out of just 56 of individuals who were infected, and this can go up, analysis is ongoing, 40% were due to travel, Bahamians traveling to the various hotspots. So we expect that number to increase dramatically as we complete the analysis. What that demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, I pointed out that the Warwick Ocean Club RIU were doing well. But what that demonstrates, had we made a firm decision to ensure and stop or prevent Bahamians from traveling, we would have been in a better position. But to make such decision would have been considered unconstitutional. I would have been accused, and the government would have been accused of being the most dictatorial government. We would have been accused, and I would have been accused of an abuse of power. But power is only abused when used unnecessarily. But when it is used for the correct purpose, it is not abused. But Mr. Speaker, we as a government, we refused, though we thought about it, we refused to make that decision to place a travel embargo on Bahamians and allow others to come in. But what would have happened had we done that? The opposition, the people, the media, etc., would have lambasted us for doing that, because we would have been, they would not have known what the possible outcome would have been. We would have been a successful nation, but we would have been a destroyed grouping. We could not. We were afraid to make that decision. We were already being threatened by the opposition, members of the opposition, to be taken to court on constitutional violation. So could you imagine what would have happened? We made the decision not to make an unconstitutional decision, though we would have been better off. And as a result of the decision that we made, allowing everybody to travel, we're seeing the results today. In today's world, because of how we react and how we respond, that was the correct decision, because we would have not known that this could have possibly been the outcome. And it was essential that we know what is the outcome. But what that demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, that governments will be placed in situations where at some point in time, they would have to make what they call discriminatory or unconstitutional decisions against their people in the interest of the advancement of their nation.
Correct, my friend. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But Mr. Speaker, we could not. And the statistics are verifying that if we did, we, RIU, and other hotels would have been opened and doing well. This pandemic, Mr. Speaker, has shown us more than ever that we are one people. No man or woman is an island, and no Bahamian island stands alone. What the residents of one island or area of the Bahamas do affects us all. In the coming days and weeks ahead, along with health officials, I will continue to update the Bahamian people on the current surge in cases. We have some very difficult days and weekends ahead. And Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, at this point in time, COVID is not going anywhere. As a Bahamian, as the Bahamas, and as members of the society, we must make decisions and determinations as to what we can live with. Our life, as we knew yesterday, will change. Therefore, If we are to do better, because we don't know whether we will face another, that's a possibility. But at least let's be prepared. It means that our lifestyle has to change. The Minister of Health will talk about that repeatedly. That we must exercise more. We must eat healthier. The individuals in the family islands, they live happy, longer lives. We must eat less mechanized and processed food. We must become healthier. And Mr. Speaker, if we are healthier individuals, when we are faced with similar viruses, we are in better position to fight. We are better positioned to survive and better positioned to withstand whatever type of disease entity is coming our way. But when we are in a bad state of health, we cannot fight even common diseases. So I ask Bahamians that the COVID pandemic has demonstrated to us several things. It has demonstrated how we must become a unified nation. It has demonstrated how we must become a disciplined nation. And most of all, it has demonstrated how we must become a healthier nation. And the Minister of Health will talk to that repeatedly over the next few years and eternity if necessary. Over 60% of our population, and I am included, are obese or overweight. A high percentage of our population are diabetics. A high percentage of our population are hypertensive. Those are the ones who are affected because they have a comorbidity. And those are the ones who are affected by the virus and other illnesses, if other illnesses present themselves. Mr. Speaker, may God continue to guide us and to grant us wisdom and fortitude in the very difficult days ahead. Mr. Speaker, I so move this resolution, and as required by Parliament, I will read the first and last paragraph of this resolution. Whereas pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General will make a proclamation of emergency declaring that a state of public emergency for the purposes of that article exists in the Bahamas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House A, approve the continuance of proclamation made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. B, reaffirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic regulation 2020 made on 29th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. C, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic number 2 order 2020 made on the 22nd day of July 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. Affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic special provisions order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. Affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic features number 2 order 2020 made on the 22nd day of July 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. And affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic Grand Bahama lockdown order 2020 made on the 22nd day of July 2020 until the 27th day of September 2020. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your seconder. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town. Just a moment, Bamboo Town. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Tall Pines.
Speaker, I'm not trying to preempt a member for Bamboo Town, but just if the chair would permit this discretion. Honorable Prime Minister, just clarification before before it's seconded. Mr. Prime Minister, you pointed that the government may make, I'm just trying for clarification before it's seconded, that the government may have to make unconstitutional moves. I just wanted clarification because I just wanted to be clarified that because I think you, thank you.
No.
I just wanted before it's seconded. I just wanted, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the Prime Minister got there.
Do not go on record saying that I said government may make or government may make or will make unconstitutional decisions. I said, had an unconstitutional decision made, we would not have been in this place today. But there would have been such great backlash because we would have gone against the law. What I also said, in years, if not whatever to come, governments may be placed in a situation where they may have to decide to make a decision which would be considered unconstitutional. However, it would save the country. And governments may be placed in such situations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just thank the Prime Minister for clearing that up because that isn't how it came across by me and some other members. I'm obliged, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Sanan. So on a point of order.
For Kalani. Is anything in the current emergency powers pandemic order that we're laid unconstitutional? So therefore, the Prime Minister, the member said no. He is comfortable that the difference in the discrimination between Bahamian and resident and foreign visitors is perfectly okay.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
I would have to be advised by my Attorney General, but had we made such a decision, the data today would suggest the Bahamas would have been, but nobody constitutionally would make an unconstitutional decision. It would be very difficult.
The chair recognizes Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the grace of Yahweh Elohim, and by extension on behalf of the people of Bamboo Town, to second the motion of the member for Kalani, the most honorable Prime Minister, the competent authority whose government has resolved to and must extend the emergency order to the 30th of September, 2020. Mr. Speaker, let there be absolutely no doubt that my support remains full and unwavering in the midst of these trying times and most challenging circumstances for my people, the Bahamian people, and by extension for the world. But Mr. Speaker, before I go to the substance of my contribution to this debate, I must thank my leader for yet again reposing confidence in me, permitting me to serve as Minister of Health in such a difficult and trying time as these. You know, Mr. Speaker, from day one, I said in the Honorable House that I believe that the Lord of Life has called this government to the kingdom for such a time as this. And you know, Mr. Speaker, now I know that the good Lord has indeed called this administration to the kingdom for such a time as this. Having transitioned, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Transport and Local Government, the executive management team, and all staff within that portfolio for assisting my efforts there. And I wish them and the new minister every success. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with the health team and fostering synergy to unearth solutions to the myriad of challenges to the health of our nation. Mr. Speaker, the last 3 days have been laden with challenges, but the team has demonstrated, as they have throughout this pandemic, that they possess the knowledge, technical skills, coherence, and cohesion required to get our Bahamas through this time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we fight an unseen enemy, but the onslaught is tangible. Around the world, we see the devastation wreaked by this novel coronavirus, COVID-19. Here at home, one only needs to follow the COVID-19 dashboard to draw the conclusion that we are a nation on the verge of being under siege. Look at our evolution in this COVID-19 pandemic. We recorded 104 cases from the 15th of March to the 7th of this month. In startling contrast, from the 8th of July to yesterday, the 22nd of July, we confirmed 114 cases of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, let me put it another way. During the 4 months of our borders, while they were closed, only 104 COVID-19 cases were confirmed. In the 2-week period since the opening of the borders, the number of positive cases have more than doubled. As of last evening, we have 115 active cases, and 13 of whom are hospitalized. Actually, Mr. Speaker, that figure is now 14. It shows you the fluidity of the situation, because up to this morning, 9 o'clock, it was 13. To date, we have carried out 3,759 tests for COVID-19 in country. Mr. Speaker, our cases are distributed among the following islands: Grand Bahama 73, New Providence 32, Bimini 4, Berry Islands 4, and Cat Island 2. We are aware of other cases which will be included in our official numbers today as a part of our COVID-19 data and dashboard. In summary, the majority of our new cases are directly or indirectly as a result of Bahamians and residents' international travel. Mr. Speaker, these are the indicators that provide the basis for the decision of the competent authority to extend the emergency order to September 30th. Mr. Speaker, well ahead of this pandemic, the human infrastructure and technological foundations of our healthcare systems have been challenged. As a result of these challenges, we continue to be deeply concerned about the level of a surge and the consequences thereof on the well-being of the Bahamian people. This is not an easy situation for any of us. But, Mr. Speaker, I do believe and know we shall overcome. I want to say it again to the folks so that they understand, Mr. Speaker, that in the midst of this miscreant, we in this country will manage it and we shall overcome. Mr. Speaker, the global pandemic came to the Bahamas on the heels of Hurricane Dorian, compounding an already strenuous situation among our people. I speak to the issue here, Mr. Speaker, of mental health high in the order of this contribution, because I have seen firsthand how so many have struggled in that regard. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded of what the Apostle Paul said in 2 Corinthians 4:8, that though we are pressed on every side, though we are but crushed, we are not troubled, for we are not in despair, for we know that the Lord will revive us. Mr. Speaker, as I have said before, And I say again in this place, indeed, we shall overcome. Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Dorian uncovered years of undiagnosed, unrecognized, and unresolved mental health issues as we sought to adjust to the new normal. Mr. Speaker, we never dreamt that an even more devastating normal was ahead. Thankfully, the newly formed local and international Mental Health Alliance continue to maintain its presence and activity in respect of COVID-19, providing telepsychological services to ensure that residents adversely impacted by COVID-19 have access to mental health services and support. Mr. Speaker, it is through this mechanism that we are making mental health support available to the residents throughout the lockdowns, where and when necessary throughout our archipelago. The reality is that the Bahamas is not alone, having to reimpose curfew and lockdown conditions following a new spike in coronavirus infections after restrictions were eased. Many countries have gone down this road. It is an unbeaten path because all of this is very, very new. But Mr. Speaker, just as we managed to navigate the unbeaten path in the previous surge, we will again manage to find the vistas of hope and opportunity along the way in our current situation. Mr. Speaker, from Wuhan, China to now, the world's normal is still being tried and retried. For us in the Bahamas, we have seen the driving force of our economy halted and an understandable but worrisome increase in unemployment and an alarming acceleration of anxiety among our people. But Mr. Speaker, I hear the words of Yeshua Christ that encourages us to be of good cheer, for he has overcome the world. So I say again, under that umbrella, Mr. Speaker, and with that assurance, that we shall overcome. Mr. Speaker, I am an optimistic man. Optimism is a choice made to, despite overwhelming negativity, take measures to attain desired goals and objectives. While our Bahamas forges ahead, we do so with cautious optimism. We are keenly aware that notwithstanding the 11 souls that we've lost, our medical team of experts has kept us safe. We have been applauded and lauded around the world and modeled in many regions. The pundits may not have wanted us, Mr. Speaker, to get this far, but we are here. And to the extent possible, we have set the foundation for our people to improve our collective health status so as to be ready to fully engage in the rebuilding of our economy. Mr. Speaker, our nearest neighbor to the north is waging a historic battle, not only with COVID-19, but with residents who are far more concerned about their civil liberties. Here in the Bahamas, we have taken tough decisions because they serve the common good, even if they do not follow the easy path. We, Mr. Speaker, remain very guarded as we continue improvements of our healthcare system. While we have ensured immediate and safe accommodations for COVID-19 care in partnership with private sector, that is Doctors Hospital, as well as repurposing the community clinic at South Beach, our healthcare system capacity remains limited. Mr. Speaker, we have accelerated our efforts to shore up our healthcare system to deal with this and other crises we may face, renovating the medical infrastructure in New Providence and Grand Bahama particularly. Mr. Speaker, while detractors seek to distract, I am happy to report that the Emergency Operations Center of my ministry has been on task every day since the beginning of this crisis. They met daily to anticipate and act to mitigate against another surge. This resurgence was predicted by many experts, and sadly, we see the results of those predictions with the infections raging in Florida and other parts of the United States. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned previously, our response to this pandemic has been proactive and exemplary. Real-time information and the best public health advice, complemented by undaunting leadership, have been keys to our current and will be keys to our continued success. Mr. Speaker, we have had the general cooperation of our constituents thus far, and we look forward to that continuing. We thank them because without that cooperation, we would have lost many more lives. So I renew the call to patriotism, the love of country, and to the love of our neighbors. There's another side to this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, and I want as many of us possible to make it there to that other side. Our health team, Mr. Speaker, needs us to once again be patient and cooperative to save the lives of our loved ones. Mr. Speaker, you know my 79-year-old aunt, my father's sister, and my 37-year-old cousin, her daughter, are among the COVID-19 numbers. Mr. Speaker, our foot soldiers, the doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers on the front line, our national security branches, and other essential workers, all of them have worked hard thus far to protect our borders, contain infections, and save lives. Mr. Speaker, we are so very proud of and grateful for our frontline workers. I applaud them, and in military terms, I thank them for standing on the wall. Going to work during these COVID-19 pandemic has placed them under unprecedented pressure, putting their physical, mental, and social well-being at risk. We acknowledge that the exposure to excessive stress can have many harmful consequences on the emotional and mental well-being of frontline workers. Mr. Speaker, I go further and thank all of our healthcare workers across the archipelago. They have kept the engine of health running under tough conditions. For them, we are eternally grateful. These health heroes have placed their lives on the line for love of country and in service of their fellow men. This is the fine and Christian example of loving our neighbors. Mr. Speaker, we are now in a surge, which will get worse if we do not adhere to restrictive and public health measures, which must not be taken, Mr. Speaker, for granted. This virus is much like Satan and you know, Mr. Speaker, this virus is a lot like Satan, roaming to and fro, seeking whom he may devour. We must do all that we can to save lives and avert countless infections with an aggressive and proactive approach. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the church we said that Satan should get thee behind me. Mr. Speaker, the testimony of our leadership in COVID-19 has been articulated within the Caribbean and around the world. We were lauded by the BBC for our approach to handling the pandemic, with a special note of our relatively minuscule death toll compared to that of richer developed nations. Mr. Speaker, I've said it before, and it's important enough to say it again. Our decisions for and on behalf of the Bahamian people are not arbitrary nor unweighted. Our constituent safety, well-being, welfare are primary considerations for public health and for our economy. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to effectively respond to this enemy COVID-19 by promoting public health and safety, encouraging community participation and social mobilization, and inspiring hope. While our numbers in terms of infections, Mr. Speaker, are concerning, we have yet launched an offensive based in science and on medical evidence. It is absolutely necessary for us to keep our national goals and vision front and center as we continue on this journey. Mr. Speaker, I am no doctor, but as an engineer, our major objective is always seeking sound solutions. We have an awesome wealth of knowledge and experience in the Ministry of Health, And I am proud to call them my team, our team, the Bahamian People's Team. Mr. Speaker, we are fired up in the Ministry of Health, and we are ready to go. Mr. Speaker, I met with the CMO yesterday, and she assured me that in this pandemic, we will win the day. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as we say in the country, we are in it to win it. Mr. Speaker, this is no game. Our freedoms are the products of ancestral blood, sweat, tears, and determination. Restricting those freedoms is not easy to mandate or to endure. Hence, even while curtailed, we have allowed many of those liberties. All of us want to see the back of COVID-19. We pray that Yahweh Rapha, the Lord our healer, would hasten the healing of our nation and indeed the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are in a new normal of COVID-19. We are now in a second surge. And as we did previously, we must break the back of this menace. We must bend and flatten the curve through adhering to existing public health protocols that include physical distancing measures, minimizing person-to-person contact, wearing masks, washing our hands frequently, and ensuring that frequently touched surfaces are disinfected regularly. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have had to employ restrictive measures across the Bahamas. We were enforced to reimpose those measures in Bimini, and now we have done so in Grand Bahama. The reality is that for other islands, Mr. Speaker, we may have to employ the same offensive measures for the greater good. Mr. Speaker, God is our guide. The scripture says a very present help in times of trouble. We press on with him as master of our vessel. For as one songwriter said, with Christ in the vessel, we can smile at the song. Mr. Speaker, I second this resolution that supports our acts and expression of humanity. We indeed, Mr. Speaker, are all called to be our brother's keeper. Based on the public's cooperation thus far, I am of the view that we have large consent to move ahead with our program, and Mr. Speaker, move ahead we must. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health will continually keep the public abreast of the changing dynamics, as the Prime Minister has said, and the fluid situation related to COVID. In the meantime, I am pleased to second the motion of the member for Kalani, and in all things I give thanks to Yahweh Elohim. May he continue to bless the efforts of the Ministry of Health, the leadership of this country, the opposition, and may the Lord continue to bless and protect the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas, pursuant to Article 29, subsection 1 of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency, declaring a state of emergency for the purposes of that article exists in the Bahamas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House A approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. B, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Regulation 2020 made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. And C, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Number 2 Order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. D, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions Order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. E, affirms the continuance and effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Beaches Number 2 Order 2020, made on the 22nd day of July 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. And F, affirms the continuance and effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Grand Bahama Lockdown Order 2020, made on the 22nd day of July 2020 until the 7th day of September 2020. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, glad to stand here this morning, somewhat unexpectedly, to make a very brief contribution to this resolution on the Emergency Orders Act 2020 that is now proposed to be extended to the 30th day of September in the year 2020. I would like to commence my very brief comments by noting the fact that it was good to hear the member for Kalani, who also serves as Prime Minister, extending an invitation to my leader and Deputy Party Leader to attend a national briefing this evening at 6 p.m. But I note the fact that this is also at a time when I think last evening would have left a bit of a sour taste in the mouth of my leader, but also members of our great party, because the comments that were made, even after the great prayer, like I noted yesterday, by the member for Micah, I thought would have left to a very teeming and calming evening. But we had a little shift in the environment late in the evening. But I leave that for the time being. My leader is here, and he can speak for himself, but I thought I should say those things because whatever's on my chest, within this environment, I am free to see those things within the quorum of this, once it falls within the quorum of this great, honorable place. Mr. Speaker, quickly, I also note the fact that I'd like to say thank you to frontline workers in my constituency in particular, to Nurse Val Ramming and the staff at the Miriam Grain and Johnson's Bay in South Andros, to Nurse Edgecombe and the nurses at the Fresh Street Clinic, and to Ms. Penny and Bristol serves as administrator, and also Nurse Andrea DeVoe and others, and all the nurses and medical staff at the clinic in Mangrove Key, where they're still awaiting their clinic to be repaired and the work to be completed. And once again, I sit as the member for Bamboo Town. Like I mentioned yesterday, the newly minted Minister of Health, that we're expecting the completion of the clinic in Mangrove Key soonest, so that the people in our community could have some level of comfort when they visit the doctor or the nurse's office in Mangrove Key. You know, you heard just moments ago from the member for Kalani, who's also head of the competent authority, giving his government much lauding and praise and commendation. But by the same token, with the good, you got to also accept the bad, or the bitter with the sweet, as we said in the Bahamian vernacular. The fact of the matter is, since the opening, there was strong levels of admonition by the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Philip Brave. And he noted the fact that the government must be careful in the reopening process of our borders. And he noted the fact that the press conference held in mid-June, that there was concerns coming especially to the Southern District and in the USA, especially Florida, just next door, and that Bahamians might be tempted to flock there, and also many would want to travel to our beautiful Commonwealth. And lo and behold, here we are today, seeing a spike of over some 200% in the numbers of COVID infections in our beautiful Commonwealth. And we can't only blame these infections on Bahamians alone, because at the end of the day, we would have heard and gotten our reports also about visitors who are coming to our fair land, also virtually walking through our port of entry at LPIA with minimal testing. And also we've heard stories of these tests that were brought in that were unverified, and there was some level of corroboration as to whether some of them were even good in the first place, on the authenticity of some of these tests that were presented at our port here in New Providence. So, Mr. Speaker, there's enough blame to go around. But still, at the end of the day, the government is praising itself for how it would have comported itself when I note once again, my leader would have warned the government about the opening process and protocols, in his view, were not in place for that opening at that time. So at the end of the day, let the record reflect the same. Mr. Speaker, generally, I had a chance to speak with one or two persons, especially in the law enforcement agencies, who made a recommendation to me and said, now that we have this contraction in the free movement of people, especially those who be coming from the U.S. market in particular, that maybe we should look as a country at having, for those who are coming either by private craft or otherwise, especially from Europe, Canada, and also Latin America, that these persons should only be allowed, even on private craft, to have clearance in New Providence, where proper protocol would be in place, as we see in Jamaica at Norman Manley and the Saints International Airport in Montego Bay, or as you see at the Grantley Adams Airport in Bridgetown, Barbados. We in the Bahamas have got a whole plethora of international airports. And it stands to reason then that if someone can go into, for example, South Andros or the Congo Town, or the airport in Governor's Harbor, or in Georgetown, or in the Abacos, for example, I think it's George Thompson Airport. I'm not sure if I got the name Bethel or Thompson. Is the Leonard A. Thompson Airport in Marsh Harbor, for example. The concern is that if persons can go to the various ports of entry, Mr. Speaker, and enter our country, what about the testing protocols? And to see whether these tests that are brought into our country, whether they are really authentic and they meet the standards that our healthcare workers in the Bahamas have been admonished to adhere to. And this is a very valid concern. And also, many other persons have also noted the fact that we are a country that is, that persons get access from many different areas via water. And that those who come into the Bahamas, especially on sports crafts, since they're still allowed to come, should only be allowed to be certified or permitted to enter through Bimini, with the proper regulatory regime being in place, Grand Bahama, Freeport to be exact, or port in New Providence that is so designated. These are persons who would have given me the advice, who were in that area. So I think the government needs to look at these suggestions, because at the end of the day, as we have now, I know they were talking with an agency who could do most of these pre-bookings for persons coming to the Bahamas, getting permits and licenses to traverse our waters. But I think at this time it's very frightening and persons are very concerned out there. So we should look at anyone who's coming to the Bahamas once again. And I want to thank those who have made the suggestion to me, who come into the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, by air, private craft, if they're not coming from North America, the U.S., so should I say, would only be allowed on private craft. So that means once again, the wealthy and the rich persons would be able to come, or those who can afford it would come on private craft. And they should only be allowed to enter our country through New Providence, because Grand Bahama is now closed. Those who are coming via boats should only be allowed to enter through Bimini, with the proper protocols in place. Grand Bahama, that is now closed at this time, on New Providence. These are some suggestions that persons would have given to me, and I think it's worth the while for us to look at the various suggestions. Mr. Speaker, quickly, I note the fact that we now have some 115 active cases, and 14 individuals are now hospitalized in our country. It's a very frightening moment today for us in the Family Islands. As I mentioned earlier, why I note that fact, that the bone fishing season has been still going along slowly in our Family Islands. Lodges and resorts and Airbnb are still open for the most part, especially in the eastern portion of New Providence and in our Family Islands. And I'm asking our people in the Family Islands, Southern Shores, to be minded, be watchful, and to be careful of who coming into your space. And report all go fast or any kinds of boats, Bahamians or not, cousins or family or not, who come into your Family Island community. You know, we have an attitude sometimes, this is only my cousin and they coming home. Any boats that come across the ocean, the tongue of the ocean, to go to Andros, report that boat, family or friend or not. You know, any boat coming to Lutra, somebody that's coming to get away for the day, stop them people and report it and call the police. we've got to be careful among ourselves. And I'm asking Bahamians today not to take this as a lighthearted concern for the wider expanse of our people. COVID-19 is real, it's frightening, and we admonish you to continue to wear your mask, to wash your hands, and to sanitize frequently, drink some water, and drink plenty coconut water. And I'm asking the law enforcement agencies, and I see a senior man standing at the door, don't lock up all the coconut water fellas, please. You know, and the coconut water is good for you, I've been told by a medical doctor no longer than yesterday. And Michael agrees that coconut water is good for the lung. And at this time, since you're asking us to drink water at least every half hour to keep the system flush, let the water fellas, the coconut water on the road, let him sell us water. And well, I would bring you some coconut water from Andros and make sure that everything is in good decency and order. We must remember the fact that the lights are still out in some of our family island communities on these airstrips. At this time, it is a major concern during this COVID fight because we could have, as the Minister of Health noted earlier, Mr. Speaker, that we could hear increased numbers maybe as early as later on this afternoon or this evening when they meet at 6 p.m. Persons in our family islands are concerned. They've been calling me and reaching out to me. So I'm saying then we must make sure that these lights are working. And I once again reiterate the fact that there must be other areas for persons to get to New Providence, except for coming only directly on planes that are authorized or sent directly by the Ministry of Health. Our persons should be able to get to New Providence. For example, I'll give a prime example. Remember, for North Andros is not here. Remember, for Carmichael is very well aware what happens in Andros. There are lots of aircrafts, what we call charters, at the airport in North Andros. And also you have quite a number of them at the airport in Fresh Creek. Some frequent Mangrove Key. If someone in your family falls sick while an aircraft is there, there should be no reason, North Abaco, why that person should be able to get on the plane. Once the nurse at the clinic, along with the doctor, clears the individual, there should be someone should be able to make some decision that this person should be airlifted post-haste so they can hopefully survive or get to New Providence in time to get the needed medical care. And that is the concern we're having in the family islands today. You only have a flight that is regulated or controlled by the authorities in New Providence who must clear that flight, get it all straightened out, and many times you have local aircraft in these family island communities. Could be in Long Island, Captain Marty Fox could be there. And God forbid, my good friend, Raphael Cartwright gets sick. Father Keith Cartwright's father, someone who I feel very strongly about. Uncle Ralphie should be able to get to town. It's an island boy like me. He shouldn't be waiting around for no plane to come from Nassau to get to Long Island, to get him back to Nassau, to get him to doctors or PMH. So I'm talking for family island people today. So there must be some level of understanding so that in cases of emergency and exigencies, we should be allowing these crafts and so they can be reimbursed or they can get their money, they can be remunerated so that these things could happen for the persons in the family island. Mrs.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael on a point of order.
My honorable friend and my very good friend, South Andros and Mangrove Key. I know he means well what he's saying, but there's so much involved in this process. And I would wish for him to ensure that he clears that up as he speaks, because if someone who is infected goes on an airplane, then that involves a whole disinfection process for that airplane. And I know that the member for South and Central Andros would want us all to ensure that he gives the people the full outline of what has to happen in that process, because that too could cause danger to other persons. So we want to be careful about that. I'm sure that he will elaborate and he will be very careful about how he speaks about that.
I note your concern, but my concern comes from the fact that, in my view, the information I've been led to believe is that there's a monopoly now on this air flight services in our Commonwealth. That's my concern about it. I have no problem with all the protocols for the cleanliness and all the protocols for the persons that travel on the plane being in place. But for years, persons would have been able to travel with nurses in these families. As a matter of fact, in many instances, some of these nurses do, I won't say a better job than doctors, but the nurses have been very much in the forefront of local health care. And I am concerned, and I would give them the benefit of the doubt, if the local nurse would come on an aircraft to New Providence because they see the need for that person to be airlifted, I would take that risk. That's my humble submission today. I understand what you were saying, but at the end of the day, I am living in that family island. I understand what happens out there, and it's very difficult. You could be calling NASA, and your data is running out, trying and holding on to New Providence to get clearance. That is a major concern, and I've lived it and I've seen it. And I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. I believe in what you're saying. I understand what you're saying about the healthcare and everything else. But my thing is that the concern must be that where we have the protocol in the islands, our nurses and doctors in the family island should be able to make some decision as to whether the aircraft could be used to expedite this process. That's my concern, yes.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Speaker, we are in the middle of a debate and that can get very political. We all understand that. We all appreciate that the member is concerned about family islands and the constituents. There are very, very serious protocols with respect to COVID. This is a highly infectious, deadly, very highly infectious and deadly. Our nurses are being advised as to how to protect themselves. All medical personnel understand the risks that they face. I want you to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that if your leader and deputy leader choose to come to this cabinet meeting this afternoon, that they will get a full briefing on the dangers that they can expose persons to. And let's be very, very careful about this because it is something that could take lives. Just simply being a nurse, accompanying someone. Let's understand and let's appreciate that medical part, that medical advice is going to come to us this afternoon from persons who are living this every day and who have to face the possibility of death every day. And I know that you mean well, but let's be very careful with what we say about this.
I know your concern, Michael. No one can take it more serious than I am. I'm an island boy. I don't sit in the New Providence side of things and looking at it. I understand that part of it also. I know the challenges you face in the family islands. And if the craft that is going to the family islands in many instances, which is regulated, doesn't have much more than what the craft that would have that is coming out of Andros, that or any island, for example, where there are local supplies from the local clinics. I don't know where they made the difference is. Like everyone takes this very seriously. But I'm talking about the fact that persons are concerned about being airlifted to New Providence on a timely basis. And that is not only just for COVID, but across the board. It is something that is not only for COVID, Mr. Speaker, it is across the board. This concern is there. And it's been something I've been dealing with for a little while in our Commonwealth, Mr. Speaker. And both sides of the political arena, as in my view, has let family island people down for a little while on this matter. But COVID just now has just exacerbated the concern in the family islands, Mr. Speaker. I'll allow you to speak.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town on a point of order.
Raising on a point of order, and I was just simply going to say to the member that the current situation in regards to transportation from the islands, especially with folks suspected of COVID, there, as the member for Carmichael had stated earlier, we have specific protocols and there's specific equipment, isoports, that persons are transported in. And so we do not want to give individuals the belief that they should just jump on any particular aircraft to come to New Providence, because there's the potential of infecting persons on the plane and infecting those from the airport to any requisite facility that we'd be seeking to help them. So there is protocols in place, and the health staff is well aware as to what needs to take place.
Mr. Speaker, I would have heard the member for Bamboo Town to respect him and deference to him, but also at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we would then need to know, for example, how available are these crafts, for example, because I know from when I speak, Mr. Speaker, you hear these stories all the time in press conferences that sound good. I'm not talking directly to you, Bamboo Town, but at the end of the day, when you're in the family island, Mr. Speaker, I go back there once again. If you're in Black Point, Andros, and you are concerned about your grandmother who's 75 years old, who goes to the Miriam Green Clinic in Johnson's Bay, and you want to get your grandmother to Nassau, and you would have met with the doctor, and the concern is that you need to get them to Nassau. We hear all the stuff with the protocol. but that is my grandmother. And we have had these conditions that have been existing for some time. And now the plane, if you could tell us, for example, at your press conference this evening, where if the deputy leader attends, you say there are 4 aircrafts or 3 that have been outfitted to transfer persons from the family islands to the province in case there's a concern, I'll feel more comfortable. Mr. Speaker, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. This is real talk. But I don't need to hear some general answer. I need to know that you have 3 or 4 planes as an island representative that have been outfitted in case there's a concern coming out of Mangrove Key that can be airlifted if Garnet Bullet or someone falls sick there today or they're concerned about, these planes could be moved. But to hear the general expressions of health and this and that, Mr. Speaker, I've been there, so I'll move on quickly from that. I'm just concerned about it. I raise my concern level on that matter. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, another concern I have is that of rental assistance. I heard a member for Angleton just yesterday raising a concern about evictions. I got a couple of calls about it. The young lady speaking about a police officer being brought by a landlord to them, to their premises, and the threat of being evicted is real in our society. And I think the competent authority and the governing side should look at this whole matter of rental assistance and where we're going to go with it. Because either, for example, I listen to persons who would make their various suggestions. Are they going to get for example, a check if it's going to be for those who are in low-income families? Are they going to get $400 a month directly for rental assistance through the good member for Southern Shores? Or how is it going to be done? Because you hear about the rental assistance, but then again, some persons get the view that it's a very subjective process. That is not across the board. And so I'm just raising it because I had a young lady spoke to me directly about it. The police being brought by a landlord. That's a very intimidating process. People not working. Some have been furloughed and they have to go through the process through the NIB now, and we're looking forward to those assistance being available. And persons are challenged. They can hardly buy food. Some are concerned about their lights being off. You heard from the member for Carmichael, you heard the concern yesterday. BPL needs some money also. So by the same token, it's a hand go, hand come situation out there. And people are concerned, and now to be evicted from your home or your premises is a major concern with children involved. So these are real. So rental assistance, I think, once again, is one of those issues that the government needs to speak directly to. And say to people, for example, those in Angleton, those in South Beach or Bambutang or Kennedy, wherever you are in certain areas, your rental assistance would be X amount once you can bring valid so-and-so to verify that you are a tenant so-and-so and what are you the charge of household, whatever it is. But I think these issues need to be spoken to in a very direct way because our people need help and they need help now. Quickly on the quarantining facilities of our country and capacity, I mentioned yesterday that the Kendall GLI 6 Gymnasium and the usage thereof is a major concern. I am glad I haven't heard it there's no plan to utilize it once again. And that we're hearing the Super Clubs, Breezes, and the Blake Road facilities also would be used for those who are quarantined. I'm glad to hear that. And that I wish that other hotels also could be utilized. We've given all these hotels plenty concessions over the years. And there's no need for the member for Bambutang. With all that energy, he's a great athlete, he's a great runner. He got plenty of energy to burn. Take some energy now and walk and go see those leaders at the Bahama and those resorts and those hotels out west, Sandals, and that are not utilized, not full. And go and see them, let Bahamians as they're quarantined. We don't need no mix-up right now. You know you've been abroad or you know you've been exposed. Quarantine people properly. Get a feeding program in there and let our neighbors and those who are challenged at this time as the speaker be properly quarantined so that these numbers could be stabilized or plateau, and then we can see subsiding in the numbers in our country. We must locate, trace, and isolate. Simple. We must locate, trace, and isolate for us to get a grasp on this whole issue of the COVID-19. So therefore, there must be continuous evaluation, assessment, and also the parliamentary process should allow us, through discussion across the political divide, to change course if needs be. I know the fact that we on this side of the parliamentary, on this side of the parliament part, are concerned about the length of the extension of the executive orders to the extension of September 30th, 2020. And so therefore, we would like to watch this process and proceedings today and see whether we would have Parliament will come back every 2 weeks or what these sessions would be like, so that we could have some level of involvement in this process so we can assess it across the political divide. we'd like to be a part of this process also in no small way, Mr. Speaker. Like I mentioned earlier, dislocation and hardship is real. Hotels are closed. Medium and small-sized businesses are challenged. Many are closed. People are afraid. Uncertainty is rife in our society. And members of the religious community, we ask you continue to pray. I don't use all of those names to refer to my God as the member for Bambutang and the member for Golden Isles, Elohim, and I grew up in the little jumper church in Smithville. I simply call him God. I don't call him nothing else. I simply call him God. And so I am glad when I celebrate when I hear them calling God all them names, He and God, Yahweh, Elohim, and all that. I simply say God. God is a good God. And I stick right there. And so for me, I would then go back as a good doctor comes in, a hard doctor. My heart is still in good shape. Them personal names, but I'm a real jumper. We call him simply, I call him God. So I simply say, there's a song that we grew up singing as we are concerned and perplexed and personally wondering who they could talk to, who they could hail and everything else. And there was a song that a lady sang to me this morning, an old lady called on the phone. And she said to Mr. Speaker, a song called Father Along, We'll Understand Why. Says, cheer up, my brother, live in the sunshine, and you will understand all by and by. And so there was, so today, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I know that I know the fact that we've come today to warn and talk with our people, and also to those who have traveled internationally. We want to welcome you back home, and we look also to those who have been exposed to quarantining themselves, and also that we would also have the regulatory quarantining facilities here, especially in our city, because this is a very fluid issue that we're dealing with in our country, one of major concern, and therefore there must be continued parliamentary vigilance and also involvement across the political divide. So therefore, we on this side, led by our leader, we would be constrained to listen to what you are saying today, especially members of the governing side it is, and to see whether we would support, abstain, or do not support the resolution as put. But we are concerned generally about the issue of be going into September 30th, the protocols that will be placed in this honorable place, the level of involvement across the political divide, because we all represent Bahamians. We all want the best for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. That's where we are today. And once again, I would advise and admonish, especially those in the fraternity of faith, to continue to lift our country on the arms of faith and prayer. And all who know the virtue of prayer, to continue to pray for our good and beautiful land. Because at the end of the day, I still believe that God still lives in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And He would not put more on us than we can bear. So today, I take some level of consolation in knowing the fact that our God is still good. He's still here. But I would also want us to show a new level of maturity, a level of national pride, keeping our country clean, and most importantly, keeping our communities safe, and reporting any concerns that you have. And anybody who's not wearing a mask, and honestly, anyone who's having these major parties, please be sure to report them to the police. And any boats that are coming into these family islands or planes that you're concerned about, I don't care who they are, white, brown, black, or yellow. If a plane land in your country, continue to watch persons, or your island community, watch persons who are coming into your community, watch their deportment, their interaction, because this thing is real. COVID-19 is real. So today, Mr. Speaker, I would listen further. My deputy, I guess, will make his contribution next. I will continue to follow and we'll watch what happens in the proceedings today, because we do want to be a part of this process going forward. And so Bahamians, far and wide, from Matitang and Agua in the south to Abaco in the north, we want you to let's live in love. Let's try to build a better Bahamas where we all can be a part of this pristine, young, fledgling, developing nation in the 21st century and beyond. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many The chair recognizes the honorable member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak very briefly in support of the resolution. Certainly, I wish to start my brief comments with hearty congratulations to the honorable member for Bamboo Town, and to say publicly that he will have my support. I spent a lot of time in the practice of medicine in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, returning home in 1994. I know a couple of things. As they say, I know where the bones are buried. And so you need only, my brother, ask, and I will be happy to do whatever I can. You see, this is a team sport. Building a country requires that we work together. We may not see things eye to eye. We may look at things and see things differently. But this country, we all love. As I look around this room and I see 39 men and women, all of whom may not see things exactly the same, but we see black, gold, and aquamarine. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why we are here. As we move forward, I believe that the issue of testing is going to continue to be a challenge. As a surgeon working in 3 busy hospitals in this country, testing is now a serious problem for patients. The requirement now for testing has been compressed, so that it used to be that patients could get a test, an RT-PCR for COVID-19, within 7 days of an operation or within 7 days of coming into hospital. And what we have found is that does not provide safety. Unfortunately, just last night, my partner was exposed to a patient with COVID-19 in the hospital and is now quarantined for 14 days. And so, Mr. Speaker, the ability not just of the country to test, but of our hospitals to test is paramount. A missive was sent around yesterday by the Public Hospitals Authority that said that we are now postponing or canceling elective cases. And so, Mr. Speaker, through you to the honorable member for Bamboo Town, building capacity in our public healthcare system to do RT-PCR testing is critical for the ongoing ability to provide care. We cannot provide an adequate level, certainly of surgical care, without that capacity. As we move along, as we deal with this surge, we don't know where this road is going to take us. But we have to acknowledge that it's not just the people of the Bahamas that's making mistakes. It's not just the people who are not adhering to guidelines. We are all making mistakes. And I think as we move forward, let us look at this thing the way the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, looks at issues in a non-accusatory fashion. When we look at things, let us see how we can do things better. We don't need to point fingers. So, not just the people who are not wearing masks, not just the people that are going to Florida, but perhaps our administration can do some things better. Perhaps our rules can be done a little bit better. Perhaps if we make certain decisions in a different way, the outcome will be better. There is no me in team. Together, everyone achieves more. We will not win this battle against COVID-19 unless we collectively work together to solve these problems. And so as we come to the end pretty soon of the emergency orders, we look forward to working together and continuing to deal with the challenges facing this great country, this one country that I call my own. And Mr. Speaker, with those very brief words, Elizabeth supports the resolution.
Thank you, honorable member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas on Ragged Island.
Speaker, I'm always grateful for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the people of Exumas on Ragged Island. I'm grateful to God for the opportunity He has given me to represent my home and to speak on their behalf. Let me firstly draw attention to an issue impacting Ragged Island that we are greatly concerned about. I have been advised that at the moment, the government of Bahamas is planning to land 29 illegal immigrants on Ragged Island. The people of Ragged Island are absolutely outraged by this. I brought it to the attention yesterday of the Minister of Health, as well as the Minister of National Security. Let me remind this Parliament that today, despite me raising the red flag on this issue since Irma in 2017, there is still no medical facility, there is still no nurse, and there is still no doctor on the island of Ragged Island. And if it is the intention to land temporarily and then deport, this is a terrible place from which to do it because the logistics are horrible. There's no bus, there's no van, there are no proper facilities at the Defense Force base at gunpoint. This is a ridiculous plan. And the people of Ragged Island are rightfully concerned and outraged. So notwithstanding that I speak to this issue of the lack of health care on the island of Ragged Island over and over and over, we get construction workers and still no nurse. And now we're planning to potentially expose the people of Ragged Island after having had an experience reportedly in Grand Bahama to the impact of the COVID-19 virus, potentially. And I think this is a ridiculous plan. I protest it in the strongest possible terms. And I ask the government to reverse this plan forthwith, because the people of Ragged Island will start wondering why you despise them so. 2017, September, Irma. Still no nurse. Still no medical facility. Perhaps not even a gauge to test temperatures. Yet you compound the problem today, as it is your plan. This is contemptuous. And I ask you to reverse it, because the people of Ragged Island will not take kindly to it. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue in our country today of serious national proportions. The Prime Minister himself said, we've never experienced anything like this before. It's impacting healthcare, it's impacting our economy and our way of life and our tourist industry. But yet we come today in asking the Parliament to extend the emergency orders and we listen to a presentation by the competent authority that's laced with jeers and nonsense, pettiness, we must stop the jeers and start the plans. That's what our country needs. And I invite you to get on with the business of planning and running this country effectively. We're not here to teach you how to govern. You've had 3 years now. And the Bahamian people demand that you get on with it. We're tired of the jeers. He went on and talked about what he called the leader of the opposition getting it wrong. And go on to talk about failures. The nerve of him to talk about failures. If you wish to talk about failures, we can talk about failures. We can talk about some of the more recent failures, like the decision and the management of the quarantining of the persons from Grand Bahama. We treated the people like lepers. It's disgraceful. And yeah, we acknowledge the apology, but it does not reverse the impact on the psychology of the Bahamian people, the persons involved who were escorted by police and arrived at a quarantine facility where there were big guns. And we can talk about the failure of the border policies. 72 hours, you could make a quick trip, you could come back, you don't have to have an exam. We could talk about those failures. And then you blame the Bahamian people. It's contemptible. Your airline, our national airline, did promotions encouraging Bahamians to travel to Florida at reduced prices, specials. And then you come and you talk about how Bahamians may have irresponsibly traveled to hotspots. We got to get real. These are serious times. We have serious issues to address. And then we can talk about your failures to justify many of the decisions you've made. The emergency order doesn't make the Prime Minister king. It mandates him to justify the decisions that are made. And it mandates him to make reasonable and justifiable decisions. That's what it does. And he has an obligation to explain to the Bahamian people. And yes, I heard him too, just like the member for Tall Pines, and he denied it. And I'm glad that the member for Tall Pines gave him an opportunity early to at least deny what he said. But what I heard was that sometimes you have to make discriminatory and unconstitutional decisions to advance the country. That's what I heard, and others heard. So this might come from a mindset that we must be careful of. And then we come and we ask for carte blanche to extend the orders to the end of September without any kind of parliamentary guidelines in between. We represent the Bahamian people. We must come here and we must monitor what the competent authority is doing. The orders allowed the competent authority to disband many of the laws and conventions, particularly in relation to civil liberties and in relation to the awarding of contracts. We've gotten no reporting on these issues since the beginning of the emergency orders, yet you come and you ask for 60 days more to the end of September. Very little accountability. You have an obligation. You have a responsibility to the Bahamian people, and this is no time for throwing jazz. So stop the jazz and start the plans. That's what the Bahamian people require of you. And there are issues surrounding conflicts between what the emergency orders say in relation to car licensing, and the police are issuing tickets where, correct me if I'm wrong, the orders mandate that you don't have to license your vehicle until 60 days after the emergency period is over. So these are issues that require your focus and your attention. We must clarify these for law enforcement. We must clarify for the Bahamian people because they want to support the orders. We are law-abiding people. We want to support the orders. But they must be clarified. So we ask you to get on with the business of clarifying and communicating to the Bahamian people your rationale for some of the decisions you're making and put plans in motion. So stop the jeers and start the plans. Where's your plan for Grand Bahama? Where's your plan for the unemployed? Where's your plan for the elderly who are crying today about disconnections from BPL? They have no income in their homes. Many of them, their waters run from a pump that's driven by their electricity from BPL. These are the kinds of real issues that we must address. The Bahamian people are hurting and our economy is crumbling and our society is facing real pain as a result of this crisis. Where's the plan for increasing testing exponentially? Where's the plan for increasing capacity in our hospitals for quarantine? Where's the plan for increasing capacity in our family islands? We've heard the member for Cat Island talk about the potential lack of test kits in some of his constituencies, some of his areas that he represents within his constituencies. We all have this concern. There is not one family island MP in this house today without this concern. So we must get about the business of the Bahamian people of planning. Where's your plan for raising your budgetary shortfall? How is that going? How are you funding your budgetary shortfall? The demands are great. We must support BPL. We must support Bahamas Air. We must continue to support the unemployment initiative programs at NIB. That's what we want to hear about. And where's your plan for the new normal? Are we going to live in emergency orders indefinitely? We're not hearing a plan as to how we are going to transition from the emergency orders to the new normal. We want to hear the plan. We want to participate in the plan. So stop the jazz and start the plans. That's what the Bahamian people expect of you. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say to the people of Exuma and Ragged Island that we have no officially confirmed cases yet. But the virus is spreading rapidly across the country. And we therefore ask you to continue to be vigilant. The good book requires that we be sober and we be vigilant. So I ask you, has been echoed by many before, to follow the protocols of hygiene. Wash your hands, wear your mask, avoid large gatherings, and do all that we can to help to avoid community spread in our islands. There are things that we can do. We know that Bahamians across the country have sacrificed much. We know that we don't like this state of play, but we are where we are. And therefore, I call upon fellow Exumians and Ragged Islanders to follow the protocol. I reiterate, as I started, my very strong objection and protest to the government's plan to land undocumented immigrants on the island of Ragged Island, where there's no health facility and very poor logistics. It is a nightmare waiting to happen. And I invite you to shift course, change this plan. It's frowned upon by me, and the people of Ragged Island object strongly to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wish to contribute just for two minutes on this resolution. The first say that Tall Pines supports the resolution of that's before us this morning. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I briefly want to just speak on this resolution from the perspective of which I raised earlier. Just to get clarification from the Prime Minister, because the member for Exuma raised it in his contribution. Mr. Speaker, I always remind people that, you know, in this honorable house, from where I sit as Deputy Speaker, I'm not still yet a backbencher. And there are certain rights and obligations and responsibilities as a backbencher I have. So all my good F&M friends who might be out there thinking why they don't jump up and ask the Prime Minister to clarify, I just wanted to make it clear. I have an obligation to my people in Tall Pines and the Bahamas at large. Mr. Speaker, I simply wanted the Prime Minister to not be misinterpreted on what he said with regards to the government having to make unconstitutional decisions. And it could have been taken in the wrong way. I'm having regard to what he said. I think what the Prime Minister was saying was that as the competent authority, and I think Bahamians must know this, that he is now given the responsibilities via the Governor General, Mr. Speaker, to make some decisions that Bahamians would not, that Bahamians normally have the right, the constitutional right, freedom of movement, gathering, etc. And so, Mr. Speaker, I simply wanted the Prime Minister to clarify the point. And I thank the Prime Minister for clarifying the point, because I think Bahamians, as we debate this issue, have to be cognizant, Mr. Speaker, of the fact that the Prime Minister, as competent authority, will be making some decisions that are not comfortable to all of us. But then, Mr. Speaker, those decisions have to be made in the best interest of the country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister, firstly, for clarifying that, for those who may have taken it out of context. And I want to encourage him, as he protects not only the people of Tall Pines, but his entire community, to continue to, and I say, Mr. Speaker, continue to take that responsibility very seriously, continue to put in place policies and regulations that protect us, both in our homes, our schools, and our churches, and to take that responsibility, continue to take that responsibility very seriously. And that is the only reason, Mr. Speaker, that as the member for Tall Pines, I stand supporting this resolution, because I know that the Prime Minister takes that responsibility seriously, and that he understands his limited responsibilities as the competent authority as we stand here today during these challenging times. I just also wish to remind the Bahamian people that I remember, and I stand to be corrected, that this government did present a plan to the Bahamian people how it wishes to proceed as we move through this COVID challenge. And Mr. Speaker, I wish maybe one of the government members could probably get that chart, because I know the Prime Minister presented a chart. And he has been following that, Mr. Speaker. I think he's been following that as best as he can. the point was raised yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that these days things happen, things change every day. The medical professionals don't have all the answers because they don't know everything about COVID. Every day we're hearing something new. So obviously, Mr. Speaker, there has to be changes to that plan. And as I said, we could only hope and pray that the Prime Minister and his team would be able to redirect and to move in the best manner, in the best interest of the Bahamian people as those changes happen, as new information become available. And so I just want to remind the Bahamian people that this government stays and remains committed to their best interests, their health, and the health of every Bahamian. And I rise, Mr. Speaker, simply to thank the Prime Minister for that clarification and encourage him to continue to do his best for the best interests of the people of Tall Pines and for the best interests of the people of the Bahamas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many
Okay. Thank,
Chair recognizes Honorable Member for Angleston.
thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I will not be long either, but I just wanted to just to make a brief intervention. First of all, and of course I stand for the good people of Angliston who are highly intelligent and highly affected by all of these events that are happening in this country. First, I want to begin by saying that we all understand, Mr. Speaker, that we are dealing with a serious health crisis, one that is impacting the planet. It is disproportionately impacting other communities, like in Florida, which is now, they're calling the new epicenter. We know it is disrupting economies. We know it is making people sick. We know it is killing people. We know what it's done to us in the Bahamas. So we understand that. And so I start with that. And I want to urge the Prime Minister to appreciate that the Bahamian people are highly intelligent. But when you're dealing with pandemics and highly infectious diseases, public health issues, education is key. So I want to encourage the government to ramp up its education of people, particularly at certain places where there are gathering of people, churches, stores, whatever it is, so that people have an enhanced understanding of this disease. And the understanding is evolving. So, you know, we can't just get stuck on coercion now. I want to urge the government to move more into educating as much as you are able to new issues, new understandings, areas that have to be emphasized for the Bahamian people. Because in these types of situations, education is key. And the Bahamian people are intelligent. And in that regard, I was not in here for the entire presentation, the Prime Minister, because I had to be elsewhere. And I listened to some of it on the radio, and then I saw it on TV in another place where I was, some of it. And, you know, the thing that bothered me more than anything was the tone. I have a problem with a tone that doesn't appreciate you're dealing with intelligent population who are all being affected. I know my law office was shut down for 3 months. The people in Arawak Key were shut down for months, they shut down again. So we all understand we're dealing with something. And we do not need the leadership in this issue to speak to our people in a condescending tone. And I don't appreciate a condescending tone when our nation is in a crisis. I want the Prime Minister to speak to his people like he's talking to intelligent people who know we're facing something serious. I'm wondering whether that's the premise he starts from, that we have sense in this country. We know what we're going through. We have a curfew every night. We were shut down the other day and now for 5 days, Bimini for 2 weeks. So we know we're being affected. So I want to urge the Prime Minister, as the competent authority, that in his conversation with the Bahamian people, to speak to us as intelligent participants. And, you know, we keep hearing a shifting rationale. When we were doing well, and we heard the member for Bamboo Town talk about BBC and all that, how they were talking about how good the Bahamas did, it was them. They did it. They did the good things. Now we have some failed situations, and it's the Bahamian people. See, we're not missing the rationale, We didn't miss when the member for Freetown said it wasn't the tourists, but it was the Bahamians. How you know? How you know? You did the tracing? You have the evidence? How you know that's happened? But like was pointed out, you're the one that thought it made sense to allow for people to travel to the United States for days in an epicenter and then come back without any sort of protocols, even though I think there should have been quarantine and you dropped the ball there. So, we don't blame the Bahamian people. We blame you because you did not put in place strict protocols to protect the Bahamian people. You allowed travel, no problem. You allowed travel, no problem. But you put in place no protocols to protect those persons or the rest of us. And you had situation where tourists were coming in. We heard a couple of them say they had no tests. Whether they're telling the truth or not, but they say they were not tested. So they came in. So how you know it wasn't those people? How you know they were not the epicenter of the surge in this country? How it get to be the Bahamians, the ones who gone shopping? You gotta watch your language and your attitude towards the Bahamian people because we are affected. We're invested, actually. We are absolutely invested. So I want to urge the Prime Minister that when he's next time speak to people who are affected, many who are hurting, and who are intelligent, and who have an understanding. And I want to urge him to continue in the education. So that people, I watched the video today, there were some things in there I didn't know. Someone sent it to me. It talks about, different things of this infection. It's evolving. So keep informing our people so that we are an intelligent participant in resisting this scenario. The other thing is I want to encourage that we stop hearing these mixed messages coming from the government on this issue. In a pandemic, we don't need a bunch of people saying different things. It's confusing, it's annoying, and it's chaotic. There should be one message in terms of what is going to happen or not going to happen. We have different ministers saying different things, and then the Prime Minister come back and reversing and all. We don't need that. We don't need the government to be chaotic in its messaging. We need you to have strict protocols, a lot of education, speak to us with respect, and we would like to have order in your messaging. We work with you. We work with you. Bahamians don't want to pile up in the hospitals. We don't want our loved ones to die. We will work with you, but work with us. And don't talk to us like we ain't got no sense. That bothers me, man. I heard the Prime Minister tone today, and it offended me. I don't like that. That bothers me greatly. Please don't do it. Bahamian people got sense. They're highly intelligent. And finally, I think about in road traffic, when we do the road safety, speaking about road safety, I meant to mention this yesterday. Around the time of the curfew, and I don't know if it's scientific, it may not be scientific, but it's a coincidence. We're seeing a lot of very, very serious accidents, some fatalities. And so, and a lot. Some of the images are terrifying. I saw one with a man where his van was on top of him on the side of the road and the traffic near his head one night around this same kind of time. I don't know what the solution is. I think people just need to be educated on that. I think should be a message on that. You want to give us a message? Give a message about how you should manage yourself on the road as you get close to the curfew. Educate so people are not cutting it to the last minute and then rushing and putting themselves at risk. And then on the issue of the enforcement, I come back to what I spoke about yesterday, the Speaker. We have, I don't know, it seems to me that the medical or the scientific advice is that certain activities are more high risk than others. Because I'm trying to understand why, and this was raised yesterday, Arawak Key, Potter's Key Dock, why those areas are deemed more high risk than other restaurants. And I want to urge that if there are risk factors, that instead of just obliterating their activities, that you instead put in place protocols, just like you have social distancing, masks, with all these things, put in place protocols to allow those businesses to continue to operate. You might want to say no more than 4 people at a particular thing at a time. I don't know. But whatever it is, I'm asking you to not take the absolute drastic and almost easy way out by just shutting down and instead put in place the protocols. We have to continue to, this may be a long haul. This may be a long haul. And if it's going to be a long haul, we have to find out how we can intelligently move through this world without putting others at risk, without being at risk, but moving forward with some semblance of normalcy in our lives. So the last point I would make, and I think the member for Exuma and Ragged Island made it, is, you are the competent authority. You are leading us through a crisis. We completely submit ourselves to your leadership in this, but you're always making the political injection, responding to, I guess, to things that the leader of the opposition says, which is something that he should not resent if the leader of the opposition submits or makes some observations or even a criticism. It comes with a job. You should not be too disturbed by it, and it descends into a political dialogue. And I think more dialogue between the two would be very helpful. And so you might avoid some of these back and forth that we're hearing. The other point I want to make is the 60 days or whatever, 70 days, whatever it is. Let me just say at outset, we support our medical community. We met with them, we support them. We thank them, we appreciate them. We support them. And we trust, because your government today, if we're government, they're there for us too. So we trust. We have to trust them because there are infrastructure, our capital in our nation on this issue. Watch that. So we understand that I'm hearing some advice on the side here, better not get it. I understand that. So we understand that they may feel certain action is necessary. As painful as it is, they may say, like they did the last time, a shutdown for a few days, or in Bimini, 14 days. And it looked like it had the effect of eradicating. Unfortunately, there were some political decisions made which undermined the advice it appears to me, of the medical community, which now has us back to point one. So we accept that. And we understand that we have a crisis on our hands, and it's serious. And I think I heard the minister said 14 cases, which is, I didn't know it was that many, and I'm scared. I'm scared. But we find it very difficult that you are according to yourself 60 days plus without coming back to the Parliament of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, without coming back to us, and at least having a discussion. And we're not individuals, you don't look at us as individuals. We represent the demographic of our governance. And so to say that you want to accord to yourself, and almost in a cavalier, casual fashion, 60 days, I could check you later. There's something wrong with that. And I don't know if it's laziness. I think it's laziness because you made a mistake last time. You allowed the emergency order to run out. That's another thing you all screwed up on. You allowed it to run up, you let it run out. You let it run out. You had to get a new order. And I don't know if this 60 days now, I say, man, we ain't going through that no more. But you're not dealing with that, with the frivolous nature of your errors. You're dealing with the Constitution, okay? And understanding, we know we're dealing with a serious health pandemic. But in the balance is civil liberties, number one. And number two, from the point of view of transparency, you ought to come back to this Parliament to tell the Bahamian people what you're doing. You're telling the Bahamian people, you're telling Glennis or Engliston, you're telling the Bahamian people what you are doing. And you are superimposing extraordinary powers on the Bahamian people. And we're intelligent. I started out saying that we're intelligent. So I want to urge the government. You have the majority, and you could say, yeah, I can give myself 60 days. You could do that. You can do that. But I want to urge you to not let that be seen in our nation. Give yourself sufficient time that you need. It's the norm that you had is 30 days. Give yourself your 30 days, come back. Let's see where we are. Let's talk about it. And let's see if another 30 days is necessary. Don't just say, I got a blank check. Give myself a blank check. Who does that? It's not accountable. It's not transparent. And bear in mind, I understand that we have a crisis on our hands, but that's still an issue. So I don't want no one saying, oh, they this and they that. I mean, the political voices. We understand this is a crisis. We understand it. And we know it's serious. But we can't, the competent authority should come back to this parliament at most after 30 days and speak to the people of this nation, not in some pre-prepared speech on TV, but in this dynamic forum, which is the parliament and in our democracy. It's part of the democratic process. The democratic process allows extraordinary powers, It allows it. That's why we're here. But you must manage it in a way in which it shows you understand what you have been availed. We had this discussion in here yesterday about the select committee. The convention are unwritten, time-old rules. The convention has been that the chairman is the individual who moves it. It was their idea. So what's wrong with that? It would kill you politically to let him chair it. But we found that the majority vote was utilized to usurp that convention. These are abuses. These are abuses. And so I want to urge the government to not abuse the power that they have under our Constitution and that we will cooperate with, and to come back to this parliament at most at the end of 30 days. Yes, I think it's an abuse. Yes, I think it's an abuse. I read the Constitution. Yes. No. Yes, don't distract. You should come back to this parliament and to account for the Bahamian people. Account to the Bahamian people. See, this is the problem. This is what is worrying, Mr. Speaker, but what I see with this government. Because I've been in opposition before, but I've seen leadership that understands the nuances of our democracy and our Constitution. But now we got these funny voices all over with these propositions. I want to urge the government to come back after 30 days. If you need the other 30 days, you get it. But do not, without explaining why fundamentally you are giving yourself 60 days, just give yourself a blank check. Come back. You lose nothing. We're here. Call me at 10 minutes notice and I'm coming. We are here. We will cooperate with the government to achieve our national end, the well-being of our people. This is not politics. It's not politics. And so, Mr. Speaker, I end by saying yet again, people of Angleton, and I think the point was raised, the more you go into shutdowns and all that, they need assistance with, being evicted. It's a big problem, I know, but it has to be addressed. It's the elephant in the room. It's the elephant in the room, and we have to find a solution. And I want to urge the government to put its mind to that. The people of Angleton are intelligent. They're intelligent. And I want to urge the government to educate more. And the more you educate, the less coercion, I believe, will be necessary. We're not a bunch of people who you got to herd in one place and then bring the police. Educate, and the Bahamian people will cooperate in an informed way. And so again, Mr. Speaker, I just end by saying I urge this government to go for the 30 days. We will come back at short notice. You make the case, we're with you. But we find it hard that you are seeking just off the cuff because you can, just because you can, to give yourself 60 days of this type of extraordinary power. So, and we would like to be participants in that. When you come back after 30 days, let us participate. We will be a part of it. We're affected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the strong, resilient, and good people of Golden Gate. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me say at the outset that I support the resolution before us today. And before I go into my, what I term brief comments, I do want to address one or two items raised by the honorable member a moment ago. Mr. Speaker, at no time did this government ever say that the people of the Bahamas were not responsible for doing so well in the first phase. This government never said that. Never said that. We achieved good results that we did in the first phase because we all worked together, Mr. Speaker. There's no question about that. All Bahamians, everywhere, working together caused the good result that we had in the first phase. This government did not take credit for the good results in the first phase and now on the Bahamian people for the second phase. No, what was achieved in the first phase was achieved by all Bahamians working together. And this government never said anything to the contrary. Never. Never said anything to the contrary. What is true, we do have a second phase now. We do have a surge now. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member a moment ago also mentioned that there were no protocols. I almost fell out of my chair. The honorable member was speaking to travel and there being no protocol.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleston on a point of
Speaker,
order.
what I said, in fact said, was that the protocols were that you come in and that's that. But I said that they should have been quarantined, which was part of the protocol, and apparently it never happened for nobody. That's what I said. I said there was a protocol which was not adhered to. You remember that? When people came for 72 hours and there was no protocol. There should have been a protocol. Well, let me put this way, Speaker. This is the answer. There was a protocol and it was not enforced. Is that better?
Mr. Speaker, at first the member said there was no protocol, that was that. They come in, that's that. Now she says, well, there would have been somebody who wasn't followed up. Mr. Speaker, the reality, may I finish, Mr. Speaker? No, I'm answering a prior, but I'm answering her prior point of order, Mr.
Point of
Speaker.
order.
Honorable member, just a moment.
Thank you, Speaker.
Chair recognizes Angleston
Yes.
on a point of order.
I don't want the member to say now I'm saying something. I said what I said. I said you allowed people to travel for 72 hours and to come back. And I mean, none of that was happening, but there was a protocol. There was one protocol. And it was quarantined and it was not enforced. Other than that, there was no other protocol except, I guess, pay your ticket and go through the airport.
Speaker again. I say, we all know, it's a fact, undisputable, Mr. Speaker, that there was a protocol put in place early regarding the health visa. There is no question about that. A health visa protocol was put in place very early before the process got started to allow people to come into this country. A health visa was required. That was required. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, we know too, Mr. Speaker, that there was a protocol also that said that you had to have a negative test. And we know also, Mr. Speaker, perhaps to our detriment, Mr. Speaker, that 100 persons were returned or not allowed to enter the Bahamas because they did not have the negative test. Mr. Speaker, that's a fact.
Hold on, Angleston. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleston on a
Thank you,
point of
Speaker. I
order.
think the member needs to acquaint himself with what was happening with traveling, Bahamians traveling for up to 72 hours. What he's representing is not factual. It's not factual. And so I would wish you to, unless you're seeking to mislead, and I know you're not going to, I know Golden Gates would not do that. What you're saying is not factual. There was no requirement of presentation of any test for person traveling for up to 72 hours and returning within that period.
Again, I say, the issue is whether, Mr. Speaker, there were any protocols. And clearly, there were protocols, Mr. Speaker, and it's undeniable that there were protocols. That is what I've said. It is true that there were always protocols. Now, Mr. Speaker, it has been said throughout, that the whole circumstance of the coronavirus, the pandemic, has been fluid, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's denied it's been fluid. And so, because it is fluid, there are things that happen from day to day that cause certain decisions to be made and certain decisions that were made to be changed, Mr. Speaker, having regard to the current circumstances that exist and that we now face. It has been said here, we had 25 cases yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We had 25 cases. 25 cases, Mr. Speaker. The other day, just a week ago, how many cases did we have? 5 cases? 3 cases? So it is fluid, Mr. Speaker. It is fluid. And decisions would be made, and decisions that were made would be changed in regard to the current circumstance that we face. Because you know what, Mr. Speaker? If we did not do that, they would come in and say it's a dereliction of duty to not make the change when you should have in regard to the new circumstances. And they would be correct. They would be correct. Yes, sir. They would be correct. Mr. Speaker, there's a talk show host, Darryl Miller. He popularized the phrase. We all got to know this word very well. And certainly became very familiar with the word. And the word is a conundrum. A conundrum. Mr. Speaker, that is just where we find ourselves. We're in a conundrum. We are in a conundrum. And a conundrum is defined as a confusing and difficult problem or question. It is also described as a situation where there's no clear right answer or good solution. That's a conundrum. We're in a conundrum. There's no question. And so, Mr. Speaker, this government has been working through the conundrum from day one and to this day to find the best solution every day, day by day, as the facts on the ground, quote unquote, change. Change every day, practically. Mr. Speaker, I thought the Prime Minister's contribution, the member for Kalani, I thought his contribution today was very sobering. I thought it was very sobering in terms of where we are, where this country finds itself, to no fault of any of us. No fault of any of us. Nobody in here, nobody outside these walls. It's nobody's fault. But it is a conundrum. And it is, and it was, a sobering contribution this morning by the Prime Minister as exactly where we are. It was sobering. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about the culture of our people. And we all know ourselves well. We know ourselves well. We all know ourselves well. And there's no question. We love, as he said, to embrace. We love to hug one another. We love to shake each other's hands. That is who we are. That's not a negative. That is who we are. That is who we are. There's nothing negative about that. We are loving people. That's who we are. Bahamian people are loving people, and we express it. We show it. We don't talk it. We show it how loving we are. And we're happy to be like that. In fact, One of the things the tourists say when they come in all the time is just that. What a wonderful, loving people. You know, I just love to come to the Bahamas because of the people. That's what they say first, the people. They don't talk about all the sites you go visit or the tours. They say the people, because that's who we are. That's who we are. And that's how we act towards one another. It's not something we reserve for the tourists. That's how we act towards and among one another. And we do it every day. But, Mr. Speaker, the reality of it is, that is part of our conundrum. That is part of our conundrum. That is the reality. That's real talk, Mr. Speaker. That's real talk. That is the reality. I don't want no curfew, Mr. Speaker. I don't want a curfew. Nobody here wants a curfew. Who wants a curfew? Really? Who wants a curfew? Nobody. Who wants a lockdown? Nobody. It's real talk, Mr. Speaker. Nobody wants a curfew. Nobody wants a lockdown. Nobody wants to not be able to go to the beach. Who wants that, Mr. Speaker? Nobody. We love going to the beach. We love going to the park. We love getting together as a family. That's who we are. That's what we do. What's more Bahamian than that, getting together as a family or a group? What's more Bahamian? That's who we are. And that's what we do. But therein lies the conundrum. Nobody likes the fact that certain parts of the economy is closed, or the fact that all of it was closed, or the fact that all of it is not yet open. Nobody likes that. The government isn't saying, oh, we enjoy the fact that all the economy is not open. The government isn't saying that. It's never said that. It would be ludicrous for the government to say such a thing. And it never has. It is painstaking for the government to go through what we have to go through because of the conundrum. It's painstaking. And we feel the pain of everyone. We all feel the pain. They feel it, we feel it too. They don't have exclusive rights to feeling the pain of the Bahamian people. No, they do not. Mr. Speaker, the reality of it is we're not doing a good job as we ought to in the circumstances in terms of the need to social distance. And, I must say, I applaud the honorable member for Angleston, the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island, and indeed the honorable member for South and Central Andrews. They all said there was a greater need to social distance. And they're quite right. They were spot on. There's greater need for everyone to wear their mask. And they were quite right, and they were spot on. And there's a greater need for everyone at all times to be washing our hands on a regular basis throughout the day. And if you don't have the ability to wash your hands, then sanitize your hands. COVID-19 is not over. It ain't finished. We are really, really, and truly in a serious surge. Serious. And we all need to do that. And I was very encouraged. Here are the three honorable members who spoke when side opposite encouraged persons, not only in their constituency, but in the country, to please do that. This is a conundrum, Mr. Speaker, but we have to work through it as a people. All of us working together through this conundrum. Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God, all of us working together, we will be in a better place regarding COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, I am very privileged to rise in this House on behalf of the great constituents of West Grand Bahama and Bimini all of whom I consider to be a resilient people. Mr. Speaker, today I wanted to first and foremost express my greatest gratitude to the constituents of West Grand Bahama and Bimini, who continue to do the best that they can under the circumstances that we are faced with as a community and as a country. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, this pandemic continues to spiral globally. And for us here at home, there is much that we have been doing and must continue to do to ensure that our people are safe as possible. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, Bimini was the island that recorded the first death in this country as a result of this COVID pandemic. It was unwelcomed, and we did not want to see it again, Mr. Speaker. And as you are also aware, we had a lockdown in Bimini after we saw that the cases were also spiraling to some degree out of control for us. And we continue to thank the government of the Bahamas for assisting us with that lockdown, which I do believe, Mr. Speaker, would have contributed significantly to us minimizing the impact of COVID at that time. And as for West Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker, we are now a part of another lockdown, which will be taking place on Grand Bahama as of tonight. Mr. Speaker, nobody wants to see that the COVID cases in our country continues to escalate. And I do believe that we are doing the best that we can under the circumstances. You know, Mr. Speaker, we have been hearing a lot about planning and how effective planning is in this matter. And we all agree that planning is essential. We can plan for what we see before us, Mr. Speaker, and that can be effective. We can plan for what we believe will occur, and that may happen just as much as it may not. But Mr. Speaker, there is no plan for something that we are unaware of. Things have been happening, Mr. Speaker, in our fight against COVID that has caused for us to go back to the drawing board and do much to help. Sometimes we have hit it, our target, Mr. Speaker, and sometimes we have fallen short as a result of it. But Mr. Speaker, one thing that I know is that we continue to do the best that we can in the situation, because at the forefront of our minds is the best interest of our citizenry, all of the Bahamas. And Mr. Speaker, we continue to pray for the world as well. Mr. Speaker, West Grand Bahama and Bimini wishes to speak and appeal to Grand Bahamians at this time that as we are about to go into this lockdown, that we have no fear about what is going to happen, and that we adhere to all of the policies that have been asked of us, and to not worry about it. Because for Bimini, we have been through this before, and we know that we can pull through. And I pray for each and every person on Grand Bahama at this time, Mr. Speaker, who is going to go through this as a result of having more cases on that island. You know, Mr. Speaker, much has been said about education and informing the public about what they need to do in this fight. And Mr. Speaker, I do believe that there is room for more of that. However, my question to the Bahamian people, Mr. Speaker, is what is education without adherence? We can speak about education at every corner. We can talk about the fact that we need you to social distance. We can speak about the fact that we need you to sanitize. We can speak to the fact that we need you to be insured and to make sure that you practice all of these safety measures. But what is education without adherence? Mr. Speaker, I have not seen that many children running about. I have not seen that many elderly people running about, Mr. Speaker. They don't have access to computers. They don't have access hardly to television. They don't have access to much. But somehow, somewhere, the message got to our elderly population about the impact of COVID-19 and the coronavirus, and they are inside. They are vulnerable. They are vulnerable to this. They know what it is. They know the impact of COVID, and they remain to take the safety measures. They take the safety measures. We have our children, Mr. Speaker. When you speak to them right now, they're the ones who are somewhat afraid of COVID, of the coronavirus. And that is not to say that the mass population isn't hearing, Mr. Speaker, or that they're not adhering to what it is. But Mr. Speaker, let us be real. There are some among us who have politicized from the start our fight against this pandemic, and it is not helping anyone. It is not helping anyone in this country. Nobody. And we can sit here and we can go back and forth and debate as much as we can. But if you make a move, it's a problem. If you don't make a move, it's a problem. This has to stop. When will it stop? Mr. Speaker? When? You know, we can argue as much as we can about who did what and when they did it and why they didn't do it. But there's some basic things here, Mr. Speaker. This pandemic is not going away. And we have to take responsibility for ourselves, and we have to take responsibility for our loved ones. It can't get any simpler than that. What are we going to do to secure our lives? What are we going to do to secure our economy? What are we going to do to secure our children? What are we going to do to secure our future? We have to listen. Listen, Mr. Speaker. I have sat in this parliament and I have listened on the outside to just about every relevant authority giving our citizenry guidelines as to what we need to do. Are we listening, Mr. Speaker? Are we listening, or are we going to come at every single level and find a way as to why we should not adhere? Why? We are quite aware, Mr. Speaker, of the risks that we are taking. We are quite aware of the risks that we are taking when we travel. Whether Bahamas Air had a $5 ticket or whether Bahamas Air had a $100 ticket, we are aware of the risks. And it might be said that at the end of the day, we offered a price. There are some situations, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to have to go back to the table and we're going to have to revisit. But at the end of the day, we have to take responsibility. Nobody wants to say it. Everybody wants to be political. Everybody wants to walk on eggshells. There's nobody more that I love than my constituents of West Grand Bahama and Bimini and this country, Mr. Speaker. But we have to do this together. What is governing a people or a citizenry if there is no trust? When we shut down the borders, Mr. Speaker, there was an outcry to some regard. When we opened the borders, Mr. Speaker, we were blamed for the increase. What is happening in this country? No one is blaming the Bahamian people, and I rebuke what you are saying because you know that is not true. This is something that we have to do together. This is something that we have to do together. She's sharpening me, man. She's sharpening me. She's sharpening me. I love it. I don't mind. I can learn from the best. You understand? But the reality is we need each other. This is not about blaming anybody, Mr. Speaker. I am not blaming anyone. I am not blaming anyone out there. I am not blaming the government. I am saying today that we need to do this together. If we put in place a protocol, what good is the protocol or the policy to you if you don't adhere? Why? This is something that we have to do together, Mr. Speaker. You know, you can't ask for government to put in place systems for you to be protected if you don't follow it. And the government cannot put in place systems if it isn't benefiting the people. This relationship is symbiotic. It's a give and it's a take. And that is what we have to adhere to. And people talk about, Mr. Speaker, the fact that we are speaking to the Bahamian people as though they're children. No, we're not. We're not.
I think the member you.
Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the time, I move that the business of this house continue beyond the 1 o'clock hour.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this house will extend beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many people, members are in favor, will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House will extend beyond the 1 p.m. hour. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Mr. Speaker, I reiterate, we are not blaming anyone in the public. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, we have to do this together. It's as simple as that. There's no blame being cast here. I'm just asking questions that we ourselves need to ask ourselves. When will we take responsibility for our own lives? When will we trust the government? A system is no good to its people, and I speak to the government regarding this, if the people aren't benefiting. And the people can't expect a system to work if they're not adhering. You know, this is not about attacking. You know something, Mr. Speaker, growing up, I remember my grandma used to say, if you're tired, then loose it, right? What she meant by that is anything that you do or any situation that you're in, just as you got in it, you should be able to get yourself out of it, right? We can't determine what COVID is going to do in the coming months. All we can do is just keep moving. And if we have to change at a moment's notice in order to secure and protect lives, this is something that we're going to have to do, Mr. Speaker. This has so many moving parts. So many moving parts. And at the end of the day, nobody wants to make a decision that is going to cost the life of another person. Nobody wants that at their hands. Are we going to hit some barriers sometimes? Yes, we are. But overall, Mr. Speaker, I think that we are doing the best that we can under the circumstances that continue to change rapidly. It's very basic for us to move forward, Mr. Speaker, in knowing how to fight COVID. We have to listen to the guidelines and the safety protocols. That is it. That is it. We don't have to be here arguing over who did what when they did it. Just listen. Let's be disciplined. You understand? I ain't started yet. Not yet. I'm not gonna argue. You can't handle me getting a little loud, eh? Don't worry, I'll be nice and soft. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, you're not used to the side, eh? It's coming. Y'all keep bringing it out. But Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, guarantee, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, simply put, Mr. Speaker, I support the resolution. I do. West Grand Bahama and Bimini supports the resolution. But I am here today to say something very, very simple. This fight will not go away unless we come together. COVID isn't going anywhere right now. How we fight this, our approach to this, will determine whether it stays or it goes. Together. Stop the politics and the politricks. Save that for election, man. Save that for election. We can be all right, we can fight in there. But right now we have to come together. Y'all go to that cabinet meeting today and y'all come out there singing Kumbaya and we'll be all right. We'll be okay. At the end of the day, this is something that we have to fight as a country, Mr. Speaker, opposition and government. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, our citizens. That is the most important thing in all of this. Our citizens. That is it. That is it. Okay, Mr. Speaker? We need to come together in this fight. We need to trust our government and some of the decisions that it's making. And our government needs to be better off at ensuring that at the end of the day, the people do not get the short end of the stick. COVID, we have to fight it together. I know we can. I ask God's blessings upon Grand Bahama as they're about to go into this lockdown and the entire country as we continue to fight this pandemic. Forward, upward, onward together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. As many. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
We're going for that. I get up there and see that. I get the treatment. I get the treatment.
No, he lied. That's all too.
You know, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I want, yeah. Mr. You know, there's tall pines. Oh, you not here. I saw tall pines and West Grand Bahama. You know, they must be hearing what I'm hearing. You know, that there's going to be a shuffle and there may be some room. Because they auditioned well today. Both Paul Pines and West Grand Bahama. You heard them, Kalani? They auditioned quite well. They're just hearing what I hear. They auditioned well. You know, Speaker, let me start off by saying, right? Let me start off by saying, Mr. Speaker, right? I'm very disappointed, and I dare say insulted that the Prime Minister said to the nation in this place that he invited me to a meeting this afternoon at 6 o'clock to meet with the COVID task force. But first of all, that never happened. Well, it never happened. Well, what I heard was he had invited me, right, and me and the deputy leader. Right, first of all, that didn't happen. Right, and the fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, right, that is not the way to handle, you know, the cavalier and, you know, this cavalier and flippant way of dealing with this matter. It's, you know, it gets people, you know, it's cause you to get, it spokes anger, man. You know, you need to, you see, the Speaker, no, you see, I've been trying to talk to the Prime Minister about these things. He doesn't want to talk to me, right? When I met with the professional, it was because Dr. Sands, member for Elizabeth, invited us, and he was accommodating our conversation, right? And that is what it is. All right, the Kalani, I want you to, go and read the book of Daniel and that King Nebuchadnezzar, who was this proud and arrogant priest king, and how they were, and what happened to him. He's talking about all this, self-congratulatory, this wonderful city that he had built, magnificent and luxurious palaces and all of that, right? And arrogant. Yeah, that's what happened, because even Bamboo Town is talking about what he's seeing, this wonderful city that has been built, and he's talking about the good work of Nebuchadnezzar, all right? And pride and arrogance and what the member for Engliston pointed out, right, is coming out so loud and clear. The payment people are not dumb nor as stupid. And so when the Prime Minister, having said he's going to invite me, if that's what he said, I heard something different, wants me to come and be, and there's an invitation of committee. In fact, I ain't coming, right? And then the next thing he turns around, and then he starts to do a broadside on me about what people think about me. And I know that's the way you think about me. But how could you in one breath
right, appear to be handing the olive branch, and the next breath, when I reaching out, you're cutting the hand off. Right? So, but if he believes what he believes that the people think about me, we go and test it. He has the power. He can ring the bell and let them say what they say. That's what he could do. Well, that's what he said. That's what he said. Right? And he's talking about, I got it wrong. What did I get wrong? What did I get wrong? Right? He's saying, like I said, behaving people ain't stupid. You're saying, I got it wrong. What did I get wrong? They will want to know that. Tell them what I got wrong. You see, what I've heard today, they say what I got wrong was because I said, open the bars and let it come. Now, put it in the context in which I said it. The bar that was open, that Joel allowed to be open, was the Holowesco bar called Mahogany. Right? That is a special interest. They are donors and your supporters. And I asked the question, if they could open, why can't bars over the hill open? That's the question. So y'all could spin the story however you wish. Those bar owners who have heard me understood what I say. So every time you raise the question, Brave got it wrong, he said reopen the bars, they remember that Joel allowed Mahogany to open. The Prime Minister got up, to try to justify the opening of it by saying that's part of the hotel. It's not part of the hotel. Mahogany is not Island House. In fact, I got a note from the Attorney General. At one point, I can show it to you all, where he said he closed them down. And I said, the next day I said, but it was not closed down. The Attorney General that they closed down. I said, you want me to read it? Do it. No, he told me that.
Take the job.
He said it to me.
Take the job.
Because I complained to him. So I want y'all to continue to say that I say that the bars should be open. The people who bars were closed down, they know what I said, and they know why I said it, because it was showing preferential treatment to one class of people versus the others. And that's what I had to say. See, the other thing here, Mr. Speaker, what I'm picking up a narrative now in respect to this COVID virus. And it runs something like this. It's fluid. We don't know this enemy. It's someone, they call it conundrum. It's fluid, so things can change. We have to tweak things as we go. Well, let me just say this, right? I see that only as a veil covering up from which you hide your incompetence. You're hiding your incompetence by continuing to talk about fluid, this virus being fluid. Why I say that? There are some universal accepted principles that has been entrenched in respect to the fight against this virus. However unknown it is, there are certain principles that have already been accepted as being successful in the fight. All that is required is for you to understand those principles and, yes, do your protocols around that principle to ensure that those principles, once properly implemented, would be effective. So, for example, we know that wearing masks, even though at first, when I came in here with a mask and told you all you have to wear it, the then Minister of Health
and yourself, Kalani, that we don't need to do so. But I came in with a mask. In fact, I got a picture of it with you and I standing right here when I was telling you we have to wear masks. But no, it wasn't so. But we know. Yeah, no. Well, I have the Hansard. The Hansard will say when I came in with that. Right? Huh? No, I spoke to you personally here, and then I raised it from here, and it was responded to by the then Minister of Health. Right? But we know that mask wearing is an effective tool. So make sure people wear their masks. We know, right, that testing, right, is the one way of knowing where the virus is, and then once you know where it is, that's a universally accepted fight or tool for the fight. Testing, right? We still don't understand. I thought I would have heard it today. What is the testing policy of this government? We still don't know what is the capacity of your testing regime. We still don't know that. No, because it requires resources. So if you don't supply the resources to acquire the testing equipment, they ain't gonna be there. Right? So we need to understand that. Right? Contact tracing is another universally accepted tool in this fight. So what is the regime in relation to that? We still don't know that today. Well, I ain't talk for that. You know, yeah, the picture of her.
With all the jam right up, no mask,
Yeah.
no social distancing.
Yeah, but say
Stuff like a bar.
do what I say, not what you see me do.
With the other day,
Right?
no mask.
And so,
No social distancing, jam right up.
Mr. Speaker, there are certain universally accepted tools. All it requires is for us to plan those tools, to make sure we have protocols around those tools to ensure that we protect our people. And that is not the case, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, you see, and so we have to stop hiding behind this view that the virus is fluid, and therefore we have to tweak, and all the fluidity of the virus may now be the cause of what's happening now. That can't be the cause. It can't be the cause. See, Mr. Speaker, I am very concerned, but I've been angry about these new cases of COVID-19, which we have in Grand Bahama and Cat Island and here in New Providence. Because they want answers and they need answers. And the competent authority, the Prime Minister, he needs to take questions and answer them. And these are most important questions and answers. That's how you get the cooperation that we need from our people. You know, this is a democracy, and you need to answer. Don't just come up with a prepared statement, and when the press try to answer your questions, you run away. Just answer. And if you don't have the answer right here, bring your medical team to answer for you. You see, we're supposed to have a leader, you know, who is transparent. That means you have to be answerable to the people. And our leader has to be someone who just doesn't want to dictate orders and then run away from questions after making orders. You see, now, it is very clear, as I said, the fluidity of the virus is not the cause of what we have today. What we're having today exposes the fact that the government opened the borders and they were not prepared to do so safely. That's the fact of the matter. Let's accept that responsibility and let's move on. But everyone understands how vital it is that we have visitors coming in. We understand that. We are facing not just a health crisis, but an economic crisis as well. The ability to both have borders open whilst still keeping the virus contained is imperative for Bahamians whose jobs are linked to tourism, for our reputation as a safe destination, and for our ability to have visitors continue to arrive in the coming months before a vaccine is available. See, the risks we took in opening the borders at a time of rapidly rising case counts in the United States, and especially Florida, were not just foreseeable, but foreseen by me and by many others as well. We foreshadowed it, we warned the competent authority about it. And so it was your task to take every precaution possible to reduce those risks. But the government's policies were full of loopholes, and they simply were not ready at the borders. And you blame the people, man. You blame the Bahamian people for the mess we see today. But you need to take responsibility and clean this act and clean it up quickly, man. You know, what we really need is for everyone to work together. We've been crying about that for quite a while. And that is why, you know, we supported again and again the emergency measures and the multiple extensions, even when I differed on some details. But I've not stopped being an advocate for the people of the Bahamas, and I never will. Call it pandering as much as you wish. Right? We will point out the inconsistencies and the inequities, like allowing one bar to open while closing all, or allowing restaurants such as Kentucky, the Burger King, and other restaurants, and then closing the restaurants on our key. Right? All it requires is enforcement and a protocol to protect patrons. That's what you need to do, right? When you're wrong in a way that hurts Bahamians, you better believe we are going to let you know. When you start trampling on people, you know, selling coconuts on the road, but giving special treatment to special interests, you're going to hear from me. You hear from us. Our positions from the start have been guided by both science and compassion. You see, for example, the member for Elizabeth is not here. He spoke about riskiest activities when I last heard him speak on the subject matter. And he was speaking about a report from the Texas Medical Association, I think, where they were talking about beaches. Right? I also saw a chart recently with advice from 500 epidemiologists on going to the beach. And they were discussing the coronavirus riskiest activities. And they're talking about going to the beach. And that is in the lowest risk category. But our competent authority of one thinks he knows better than these 500 epidemiologists, plus what the Texas medical people say.
Recognize this honorable member for Southern Shores on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is quoting from something that we don't have the benefit of. However, the same people you're talking about are the same people who are closing their beaches too. So I'm not sure which we're supposed to believe is correct.
I am giving my overview of my my own research and work. I'm saying that going to the beach is listed as at the lowest risk amount activities. I also quoted Elizabeth, who I think he laid the report. He laid on the table as well. So if you want to find it, you could go and find it. So the question is, why are we closing our beaches? In fact, right? No, what I also said, I am aware.
Don't do that,
I also cited another source that I came across. I'll share it with you later. Yeah, lowest risk. Yes. Right. So
Honorable member, the chair recognizes honorable member for Golden Gates on a point of order.
Yes, the member is misleading the public. The honorable member for Elizabeth said that it was low to moderate risk, provided that the social distancing and masks were worn. He did not just say it was low risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well,
That's a given.
well,
That's a given.
I thank the member. I thank the member for clarifying what was said. And so, if that's what was said, then why can't we open our beaches and tell people wear your mask and social distance? Right? That's the point, Mr. Speaker. And so. You see, they talk about it playing politics, but if you listen to what the prime minister said today in his communication, what was that all about? Was that not politics? Just look at it. But that's what we engage in. We are politicians. So whatever you say, I can say is politics. Whatever I say, you can say is politics. But at the end of the day, like he said, those people out there will decide who they want here when the time comes. Right? And so he, as the competent authority, should stop playing politics. He should have, long time ago, be sitting with us, right? Not for photo ops or to say he invited me today to come to something this afternoon, not knowing what my schedule is like. I would expect him to call me. No, he could call me and say that, and more. That is true. But more importantly, we could clear schedules. But more importantly, you will call me to speak to your advisors after you have made some decisions, after decisions have been made, what you can do. So, for example, you want me to agree to have these lockdown orders for Grand Bahama, for example, until the 7th of September. 7th of September. I know, I'm telling you what I see here. I tell you what I see here, right? And then you want me to agree?
No, man, that's what it says.
You want me? No, and you want me to agree? You want me to agree for the suspension of civil liberties without the ability of persons who are elected to ensure that the good governance is continuing? We'll be deprived of having the ability to discuss the state of the emergency that you declare and tell, no, that is not. We need to be able to come in and discuss these things. We have to understand, you see, what you have done. See, you have to appreciate when we suspend civil liberty, the more anxious scrutiny is required of the authorities. More explanation has to be given. As the member for Exuma has pointed out, you need to be able, the decisions you make have to be justified and reasons given. That is what is required of you.
And you just can't, with this emergency proclamation and place still a thing here. Wake up one morning, wake up one morning and decide, well, he sees a motorcade in Foxhill, he then gonna lock down the town for the weekend. Or he sees something happening in Exuma, he locks down Exuma. We have to be able to come here and justify what we're doing. And quite frankly, I mean, we have heard very little to justify much of the measures, right? Much of these measures, we have heard very little to justify it. And so, Speaker, I will repeat, right? We need to know. We need to understand what is happening with our testing capacity. Now, what I know is that I think what you call it, the dashboard, that's where you have tests completed, right? You have, I think there's a category called tests completed. That could be misleading because tests completed doesn't necessarily mean the number of persons who would have been tested. That's two different things. Because my understanding of the protocols in respect to testing is one, you test to discover whether you have it. If you have it, then you have to be tested a second time to confirm that you have it. And then when you arrive to the point where you might be negative, you're tested 3 times to determine whether you are negative. That's one person. But then that's 5 tests completed. I recall that Dr. Dal Regis indicated in one of her statements that one patient was tested at least 9 times. Right? So tests completed does not necessarily translate in the number of persons who may have been tested. The question is, and I would want to have that answered, how many persons have been tested as opposed to how many tests would have been completed. That will help inform what we are doing and understand what is happening in our country. You still have not answered me, Minister, a competent authority. No, maybe. I still have not answered me as to what the protocol is on testing. First of all, you have your medical team, but you are the political directorate. In this instance, the competent authority has taken it all over by himself. And the other thing, I'll be writing the competent. I will be writing the competent authority. We'll be writing him. I'll be writing him because when I come, I'm going to invite. I'll be writing him on this issue, and we will. No. I'm going to ask him to make the arrangements. Like I told him I had a meeting before, and he said I must ask who made those arrangements. I'll ask him to make those arrangements again. But I want my team to be there. My full team to be there. And so now, the competent authority again. I also wish to, we talk about working together, right? But you need to work together with your team too. So when you make decisions, they ought to know, right, Abaco? Right? Minister of Tourism there? No, I ain't your business. Right? It comes off as dysfunctional. You need to get your team, your full team on board. Right? No. Right? You need to let them know. So you can't let your Minister of Foreign Affairs don't know that you are shutting down the borders to the United States. You can't let your Minister of Tourism know that you're cutting off his tourism. You have to talk to them first, right? You have to engage all. And then you might let them know if it's only just before you start to speak. If you're afraid that they can leak, something, you speak to them half hour before you go make the statement, at the very least. But don't let them hear it for the first time, like I may hear it. Right? Like I may hear it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply concerned. We are all deeply concerned that if we were to support this resolution in its present form, that we will be abdicating our responsibilities as elected members of the people, because we will be depriving those people of our ability to anxiously monitor the conduct of the competent authority in the issuance of measures without having any input in those. And that is what is required by us. And so we are unable to support this in its present form. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Abaco.
Mr. Speaker, it is good for me, I believe, to stand here in the interest of the people of North Abaco, whom I represent, and have a brief intervention on this resolution, which extends the powers for us to manage COVID-19 in the way that we have been doing so in the past several months. It is, however, regrettable to hear the leader of the opposition say we should work together, refuses to attend a meeting which offers his participation, and then before he sits, says that he does not support this resolution. That is regrettable, very much regrettable. I want to say to the member for Exuma and Ragged Island that the government took into consideration all of your concerns before allowing those apprehended at sea to be taken to the Defense Force base at gunpoint, where we are assured by officials from the Defense Force and others that they can be safely kept there before repatriation to their home country of Haiti. I want to assure the people of Ragged Island that we have taken under consideration all of their needs as relates to keeping them healthy and well. As we keep, we conducted a similar exercise last week with Inagua, which went smoothly. We have no concerns that there are any extraordinary issues with this one, and that is the plan, that we repatriate as soon as possible.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for North Abaco for addressing the matter, but I want to reiterate the outrage of the people of Ragged Island, the lack of logistical capacity, the lack of healthcare officers, nurses, doctors, lack of a facility, and the lack of a base. There's nothing there. And this is completely impractical. It's illogical. And we do not accept that you have considered all of the factors. And we ask again that you reconsider the issue.
We stand on the advice given by our professionals in the Defense Force who are very good at managing such events. And we believe that we have taken all the necessary protocols to keep the Haymen safe. After all, that's what we're here doing today. I also want to say to my people in Abaco that we are aware of the two cases reported from Baker's Bay. Those individuals are now receiving the attention and care of health officials, and also to advise Abaconians that the Ministry of Health officials responsible are on the ground conducting the necessary research and work to address all of the associated issues in Abaco. Baker's Bay also issued a statement on the matter. So, we are, I heard the leader of the opposition say that he He kind of laments the fact that people continue to say that this situation of COVID is dynamic. Well, it is. And I don't know how else to describe it. Someone said to me yesterday that a doctor said to them that instead of the 6 feet that we were practicing a safe distance, a safe or social spacing, they're now hearing that 12 feet might be the recommended social distance for others to take. I leave that for the scientists. I also want to note that in this country, before the World Health Organization and WHO and the rest of them determined that the wearing of masks was the proper thing to do, we pronounced that you had to wear masks in the Bahamas. We did that because we realized that the wearing of masks, that proper sanitization, that social distances and social spacing, and we got a lot of grief about funerals and church services and public gatherings because we determined to take these measures that we took in order to keep Bahamians safe. And I thought our healthcare professionals, led by Dr. Del Regis, was doing a tremendous job. I believe, and I said this to them when they visited the cabinet, that I think they are one of the best teams in the world, bar none. Bar none. But we can't ignore the notion that large countries with scientists, countries that put men and women on the moon and into deep space, are struggling with the very same issues that we seek to address as we deal with this COVID pandemic, which has grabbed the whole of the four corners of the earth and is now shaking it violently as we try to adjust and hold on and keep Bahamians safe in this environment. And so we've come today, Mr. Speaker, to extend the emergency powers orders to allow the competent authority and healthcare officials, security officials and others to seek to do just that, to keep Bahamians safe, to protect Alberconians, to protect Exumians and Ragged Islanders and those in Angliston and Tall Pines and elsewhere all across this country. No government in a democratically elected society wants to abrogate unto itself coercive measures or powers. Who wants to restrict the fundamental rights of Bahamians? Nobody wants to do that. And I listen to people talk about how the Prime Minister enjoys this particular control and power. And I know as we work in the cabinet, and we grapple with these very real issues, right? We test these issues. And we always want to come down on the side of what is best in the national interest, what is best in the interest of Bahamians, what is best in the interest of this country. No one wants to get up and say, look, you can't go to fish fry. You can't go on the beach, an inherent right Bahamians feel that we have, and we should, being an archipelago that we are. But sometimes you have to take steps in the public interest, in the public good, to protect each other. We are in a space of community where each one of us has a responsibility. And that's what we're trying to say to Bahamians. Instead of trying to exacerbate the issues that we know we all confront, that many of us don't have the answers for. We don't have the answers for it. I heard the former Minister of Health say something which kind of echoed what the Prime Minister said when he addressed us this morning. And even the Leader of the Opposition said it, and the member for Angliston. The only way we're going to win against this pandemic, this creature that we face, is if we do it together. That means that the child going to school, you gotta appreciate and know that you gotta wear your mask, and you gotta keep your spacing as much as you can. That means the grandmother going to the food store has to appreciate that you gotta keep your space. And the young man who's ahead of her on the line appreciates that she should come now to the front of the line and he should step back because he has more strength and to keep that social spacing. The only way we're going to get over this pandemic, and we will, I have faith, Mr. Speaker. Faith, which is the evidence of things not seen, but the evidence of things we hope for. That God will bring us through this pandemic. It's brought us so many other challenges before. This one is no different. And so, Mr. Speaker, we've come to extend the emergency order for the purpose of keeping Bahamians safe and for the purpose of managing this pandemic, which now finds itself threatening the very existence of humanity, not only in the Bahamas, but all over the world. Look at the international news, man. And you will find that large countries, wealthy, powerful countries, like the United States of America, like Canada, like Japan, like the United Kingdom, like Europe, they're all struggling with the very same issues. How do you open and how do you do it safely? In a touristic dependent environment as we have here in the Bahamas, we have to put more attention on how we do it safely. But it was said here yesterday by the Prime Minister, I think, and others, the COVID pandemic is with us. And so we have to adapt. We have to learn how to manage and survive, as human beings have been doing from time immemorial, when faced with challenges. And with that, Mr. Speaker, North Abaco supports the extension of this resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would not be long to wrap this up. But Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Leader of the Opposition. And the Leader of the Opposition remarks he made. He's a master. I'm going to use a Bahamian terminology. He's a master of what you call fire bun.
Holding them rock behind and shaking them.
You tried it, but it won't work. You understand fire bun. But Mr. Speaker, I want to take a quote from the World Health Organization. Most recent quote. The World Health Organization said, countries with low levels of COVID-19, meaning us and others, will still experience outbreaks. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member is upset that I have invited him for a presentation this evening by the health professionals at 6 o'clock this evening. I would have called the chief medical officer at 9 o'clock this morning and told her she has to get her team together and do a presentation to cabinet. I'm inviting others to be there. And she, after her and her team, I don't know how many of her team, but she can decide who her team members are. And the member said to me that he's upset that he's not coming. He can ask all his questions there, just like we would ask our questions. That's how we're updated. We would ask all our questions. We would listen to their response and their recommendations. He has this opportunity. And he's upset, Mr. Speaker, because he said, I didn't tell him before. But I want to quote Martin Luther King to the member, and I want him, as he moved throughout his life, he must always live by these quotes and remember the quote of Martin Luther King. I quote, he who is devoid, who has the power, he who has the power to forgive is devoid of the power to love. You understand? If you don't have the power to forgive, he that don't have the power to forgive cannot love. Love me. So he who don't have the power, he who don't have the power, and I know you do have the power to forgive, and I know that you having the power to forgive, you likewise have the power to love me and the entire family. Let me finish. Let me do my quick wrap up. I don't have much to say, all right? But I know you do have the power to forgive, and I will see you there at 6 o'clock. I will see you there at 6 o'clock this evening, where you can interact with the professionals and ask whatever questions you may have. But, Mr. Speaker, I only want to remind the members and the Bahamian public that COVID is here, if not for good, for a very long time. And the vaccine would answer that question. But it's here for a very long time. And there are a lot about COVID that it's still not understood by the medical professionals and others. And the stage that we're going through with COVID reminds me of when I was practicing medicine and AIDS, HIV, presented itself at that time. And that was the great talk. And Mr. Speaker, I would remember that we did not understand HIV. And once a patient was diagnosed with HIV, all of us had refused to see the patient. We were frightened. And we had to learn that we must take all necessary precautions, change our style in terms of how we manage patients, change our style and how we operated on such patients. But I would remember that maternity patients would come into the ward pregnant, and because of the fear, not a doctor or nurse would go in to deliver such a patient. That patient delivered on her own. And then we had nurses who volunteered, and they would go in and assist such patients. And the outcry at that time, the doctors and the nurses, were that if we touch such patients, we can possibly develop AIDS and die, and therefore we were making demands on government. They had to give us extra monies and everything because we were jeopardizing ourselves and the whole world. We went through that whole phenomenon. And we're going through the same changes again. But I remembered in particular, there was one particular case that I was operating on, and we did not understand HIV at that time. And I got stuck with the needle. And I immediately took whatever alcohol was around, wiping, soaked my finger in blood, in alcohol, not alcohol, bleach. And thoughts ran through my head that the only way to resolve this was to cut my finger off. I mean, that's how devastating those things were. And we're going through, because we didn't understand, and we're going through the same principles again. And as we understand more about the coronavirus, we would make such adjustments. But I said that to say that I'm saying to the Bahamian populace that this is here. And just like we made the adjustments when it came to HIV, and nobody's afraid anymore. We understand it. We know how to manage it. We know what to do. We must likewise make such adjustments. And it's going to be mandatory as life progresses. And yes, I'm happy to see the member goes everywhere with his mask. That's a great example. That's a good example. And I respect you for that. And social distancing will be a part of the norm. The parties that we have today will not be a part of the norm. The big wedding ceremonies that we have today will no longer be a part of the norm. The big funeral services that we have will no longer be a part of the norm. The congregations that we have at church services may not be a part of the norm. But the point is, what I'm saying is, we will make those adjustments and still our life will go on. And the quality of our life will not change because we would know how to adjust ourselves to fit that particular time and to fit the change of the world. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I close this particular debate.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, it has been moved. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move an amendment that paragraph F of the resolution be amended to read. Paragraph F on the last
Yeah.
page. Paragraph F affirms the continuance and effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic Grand Bahama lockdown order 2020 made on the 22nd day of July 2020 until the 7th day of August 2020. F. I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded. Order that the amendment be brought up. Honorable member, you wish to speak on the amendment?
Myself, to the wish to propose an amendment.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me just deal with this one first.
Come back, 30 days. Come on, you got a vacation.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following amendment be agreed to the resolution. The final paragraph, honorable members, paragraph F, should read as follows. Affirms and the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic Grand Bahama lockdown order 2020 made on the 22nd day of July 2020 until the 7th day of August 2020. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The amendment is agreed. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, I move an amendment to Resolution A.
Resolution A?
Yeah. Clause A, sorry. Clause A. Now therefore be it resolved that this House, A, approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 29th day of June 20 until the 30th day. We recommend deleting September, substituting August. Therefore, there'll be a period of till the end of August as opposed to the end of September. That is very concerning to this side. And we'll likewise seek the amendment to be to the end of August as well for the COVID, for the emergency powers. Not that we do not support the measures that's being implemented, not that we don't support that the proclamation ought to remain in place, but we don't think that it ought to remain in place until the 30th of September without parliamentary intervention.
Yeah. Second.
Order that the proposed amendment be brought up.
Come back, man. Come on. Just invite us to come back.
I learned a lot about this. I think Kalani, I learned a lot about this.
Yes. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the final paragraph beginning now therefore be it resolved that this House on the paragraph A, that the paragraph A now reads, approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of August 2020. But before I continue the motion, honorable members, this date is reflected throughout. So we need to amend all of those paragraphs.
30th applies. We propose an amendment to August 30th. September Wherever September applies, we substitute August. So you have until at least 40 plus days. Without, you need, that's why we elected to look at these things.
Okay, honorable members, then, it has been moved and seconded then that the following amendment be approved. Where the 30th day of September appears in paragraph A, B, C, D, and E be deleted and substituted with August 30th in the various paragraphs. As many as are in favor of the amendments will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The amendment is defeated.
You say he was concerned with 50 days.
Okay. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed as amended. Whereas pursuant to Article 29, subsection 1 of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring that a state of emergency for the purpose of that article exists in the Bahamas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House, A, approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. B, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Regulations 2020 made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. C, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Number 2 Order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. D, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions Order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. E, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Beaches Number 2 Order 2020 made on the 22nd day of July 2020 until the 30th day of September 2020. And F, affirms the continuance in effect of the COVID-19 powers, the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Grand Bahama Lockdown Order 2020 made on the 22nd day of July 2020 until the 7th day of August 2020. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The resolution is agreed. For the resolutions, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further resolutions.
Member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleton.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to say to the people of Angleton that, well, first of all, we know we're going into an extension of the orders for another 70 days, that their member of parliament did not support a blank check to the government. However, it is what it is. But in the interim, that they seek to do all that is necessary to comply so that we can. I know I'm hearing that we have to coexist with this pandemic or the disease, but I cannot coexist with a pandemic. I want to urge the people of Angleton to adhere to all of the rules. I will try to get see what material is available, as I did before and took it door to door And I would have urged that before to the government to take educational material, take it to the ground. I will get educational material to the, as best I can, to the community. I will continue to agitate for those of you who I know are today facing eviction and do not know where a solution is. For those of you that are still waiting for assistance from National Insurance or social services from the agencies and who are feeling that they're in a dark place, I want to say to you to keep hope, that I am with you, that you can tap me if you have an issue, as many have done over the last months. I will stand with you. I will agitate for you. And I invite you to keep the faith during this very, very difficult time. We pray, God, we will continue to pray, because I believe, and the member for North Abaco said this, prayer, I believe in that. It took old age to really become a complete convert on the value of it. But prayer, and I ask the people of Anglican to send up their prayers for this nation so that we can quickly find ourselves beyond this. We're not, as the people of Anglican would have seen, we just took a vote which does not allow their voice to be heard on this issue for another 70 days. Is it 70? 70 days. Our voice has been silenced in this. But I will do my best to stand with you and for you in advocating for your concerns and your needs. And it may fall on deaf ears, but keep praying, Angleton. Keep praying. Keep praying. We want them to touch the heart of Killarney. Touch the heart of Killarney. You want to eat? You sent for your sandwich? Oh, dear. Well, you getting your sandwich, but the people of Anglican, they struggling for very little, for little right now. So, yeah, I hear you have a food program, but if all you needed was a bag of food to survive in this country, then please send the booklet out so I could share that in the community of Anglican. Share that book with me. Share that booklet. I said people have very little.
We only have 30 minutes for member statements total.
Am I taking longer than anyone else has? I don't know.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
If I calculated, you only entitled to 47
No, it's just that I haven't, this is the first time I think I've seen in a long time that a member is now the curtailment is coming in. But no problem, Mr. Speaker. People of Anglican, stand strong. Let us abide by these orders. Keep the curfew as best you can. Don't cut it close. And let us do our best to take our country from this point. Do not let Anglican, do not contribute to the transmission of this pandemic, this virus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamacraw.
Brief notices I would like to say. I would like to say to the members of the Yamacraw constituency that the emergency response team will not be activated this weekend. I shall be, God willing, in Abaco for the weekend, Mr. Speaker. But before I begin, I would like to extend condolences to Bishop Delton Fernanda, the president of the Christian Council, on the passing of his father. He's one of my constituents, and his brother, Dexter Fernanda, on behalf of the St. Ambrose Choir and St. Ambrose Church. I would like to extend condolences to Dexter. Dexter is very instrumental in assisting us with the choir, so I'm quite certain that Justice Diane Stewart joins in with me and with the choir in extending condolences to him. Mr. Speaker, on this weekend, a virtual job fair will be held from Abaco on Saturday, the 25th of July at 6 p.m. The participants would be Mr. John Pinder, Director of Labor, Mr. Kent Hutton, President of the Abaco Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Michael Pratt, the President of the Bahamian Contractors Association, Mr. John Michael Clark, the Chairman of the Disaster Response Authority, and we're going to have a representative, Dr. Marshall. Mr. Speaker, I will be there. And my brief statement would be to ensure that, and to reiterate the fact that the Immigration Department and the Labor Department is there to ensure that Only skilled persons are allowed into the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I shall also be there along with the member for North Abaco, Mr. Darren Henfield, to address a phenomenon that's occurring in Abaco now with the irregular structures. We put together a forceful interdepartmental team led by the member for North Abaco, myself, the Minister for Immigration. I love you. When I look on that side, when I look on that side, and I look at the double crosser, that fellow who's not here. When it comes to Angleton, if the angel Gabriel comes down, we will wrestle him. Speak for me, my brother. So we will be there addressing that issue. We know that the court order was given that no irregular structures were to be built outside of that order, Mr. Speaker. And we went there last weekend. We went to the laydown sites, and there were some critical observations to be made of the representative from the Attorney General's office, from the police. I want to commend the Minister of Work, Social Services, and a number of other agencies who are partnering to address this issue in a humane and dignified way, respecting the dignity of the human persons who are on the ground. So we'll be there this weekend in Abaco, and we would like to invite the entire Bahamas, especially the Yamacraw constituency, to participate in the job fair, where we'll be letting you know what are all of the opportunities available in Abaco. It's buzzing. And even though we're facing the difficulties of COVID-19, there are a lot of opportunities. So we're bringing persons who have demonstrated their objectivity and their impartiality to be a part of this experience, and we're bringing it to the entire Bahamas so that you could know what is available and in Abaco for jobs. So I want to thank the member for North Abaco for inspiring this venture and leading in this instance to bring relief to the members of Abaco and to the Bahamas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member.
That's it, cousin. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to join in with Yamacraw in expressing condolences to the Fernanda family. The president of the Christian Council is a brother from another mother. So my thoughts and prayers are with you at this time. Mr. Speaker, I also want to join in with Angleton and all of the other MPs who are admonishing their constituents to adhere to the rules and the protocols and to be ever mindful that notwithstanding all of the protocols that are put in place, we have that ultimate personal responsibility for our own well-being. I want to also remind the Hamilton family in Misty Gardens that I continue to keep them in prayers as they prepare to put down, lay to rest their beloved father, husband, grandfather, Lonzo Hamilton. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as I take my seat, I want to say a happy birthday, Valencia Neely of McKinney Avenue, McKinney Drive in Southern Shores is celebrating on Saturday coming, Mr. Speaker. She is retired from the government service. She gave 42 years of her life to serving this country, and she is now enjoying a well-deserved retirement. I wouldn't give her age, but she is still active as a teenager. Happy birthday, Ms. Neely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wish to remind residents of Tall Pines and all of my colleagues, I've invited them to have their constituents participate in our virtual legal aid clinic this weekend. On Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m. Speaker, we have, as I mentioned in my contribution, we have lawyers speaking on employment, labor issues, particularly as these issues arise with persons being laid off, etc. Wills and estates, family law, and of course, business and company law. So, and I remind them of the contribution with regards to the Bahamas Development Bank and opportunities and the young persons in the Small Business Development Program. That this is a good opportunity for not only our residents in Tall Pines, but anyone in the community who wishes, throughout the Bahamas, who wishes to be a part of this legal aid clinic. It's free. We have 4 dynamic attorneys speaking on these various issues. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, because we have you speaking on estates and wills. I thank you for your contribution this weekend. So I invite all persons to log on to Tall Pines Pride 242 and get the code to come in, and we will be emailing that to as many persons as possible. So my colleagues, you're invited to do so. Also, Mr. Speaker, just to remind members of Tall Pines that we will still be having that virtual town hall meeting next week in regards to social services and contributions that advantages that they could be had that we had from social services. We're looking at a tentative date of the 23rd, and so we'll be sharing that information online also. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. There being no further member statements, appointments of select committees, instructions to select committees, discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Speaker, I renew all notices on behalf of the opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I renew all matters and notices on behalf of the government. And Mr. Speaker, I do move that the House adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 9th of September, 2020. I second that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 9th of September, 2020. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House adjourns.
Honorable members, it's been moved and seconded that this House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 9th of September, 2020. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 9th of September, 2020.
All right,